Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are here for another day of the BTS Pro Series. It is MLP Dota on John X Fire. John, for some reason, your webcam has not loaded in. But I suppose it doesn't matter too much. So currently it's a black screen for you, which is not very nice.
Ooh. That's, any better? No.
No, it's fine, mate. Look, we've got a draft starting. We may as well just flick over to the draft and talk about that. TNC versus Droid, though, John, should be a pretty interesting series. Of course, we have seen it before, and I believe it was TNC that did come out on top, or was that was it a Droid and TNC yesterday?
It was, yeah, it was the first match yesterday. Droid took it 2-0. TNC not having the best of times there. They did try a couple of things differently, and they did fall back to the gyro IO. Didn't quite pay off. Would like to see if they have kind of changed anything out. This is still going to be a bit of a tough match for them. I think a lot of people will peg the TNC as the favorite still, but honestly, with how Adroit has performed, I'd actually peg them to have the edge here.
Right. Alright, apparently nothing's really working very well, because even the team names are completely wrong, so that's not good. May as well take that overlay off and just work without it for now. John, how are you feeling today, by the way?
No, I'm feeling great.
Excited?
Feeling good, feeling energized and excited as well.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's good to hear. Unfortunately, there has been a couple technical issues, as you could probably tell. We are looking to get them sorted pretty much ASAP. So, yeah. We'll try and sort that out. Still, John, the draft has begun. TNC has made their final ban. It will be the Tusk, Adroit to make the first pick. I wonder what they'll go for. The Chen is available if they did want to go down that route. I imagine Adroit probably will pick it up. And there it is.
Yeah. Straightforward pick, right? Like, it's not banned out. It's something Adroit likes to run. They go back to it. This is starting to look a bit worrisome. TNC going to the Bounty Hunter Mirana. We saw the Bounty Hunter before. It didn't have the biggest impact. The Mirana we haven't, and that's, I believe, a comfort pick for TNC. They do fall back to that hero. It gives you a lot of pretty decent laning presence. You would want something to give you some setup to get that arrow on every single time, but that's not the most reliable way. Of course, you can just sap EXP with the arrow, killing big creeps. Kind of counteracting that Chen, so any summons the Chen has is always under constant threat from the Mirana, but you do have to play around that arrow quite well. Adroit do pick up the Shaker for themselves, just giving them that additional control and teamfight potential that you would look for Adroit to really capitalize on. Now, with that Shaker, you would want to give it a little bit more space. You want to give Boomy the opportunity to farm up, but Adroit has done that multiple times before. Every time they give Boomy something a bit more playmakery, they do give that space to prioritize the farm for the Shaker. So Adroit might slow down their early game just a tad, but they are trying to get their Shaker to the point where they can just rely on that initiation.
Well, final ban here for TNC. Of course, the gyrocopter was removed by Adroit, and thank goodness for that, John, because we've seen enough gyrocopter. In fact, you may as well just let TNC pick up the gyrocopter if you're looking for a win, as this hero just does not perform very well, apparently. TNC, they do get rid of the Necrophos themselves, and we do have a third pick incoming. TNC
Dire team pick
are going to go into the Legion Commander. Not a hero we've been seeing over the past couple of days, but it is a pretty potent hero.
It works well with a Bounty Hunter. It works well with a Mirana. You've got a really straightforward way of maximizing all of those spells at once. You basically have the easiest arrow for the Mirana, so you're going to have that damage coming out for the LC. You're going to have the track kills start to rack up. TNC has to play this pretty fast pace, though. Like, once they have Legion Commander at 6, once they have the Bounty Hunter at 6, they should go around hunting for kills, building off those dual wins, building off those bounty kills, and just giving their team a bit of a head start in that sense. If they play it a bit slow with this kind of draft, we've seen what happens with a Bounty Hunter behind. If you're not finding those track kills, you're really not benefiting your team. So TNC has to play it a lot faster.
Well, Adroit, third pick for them now. Gonna have a little bit of a think about this one. Still plenty of reserve time left. I like how TNC has completely changed up their drafting style, I've got to say, because the last couple days has been really off for them. It's just good to see them really changing up the draft, as Adroit do go for the Void Spirit, which was left. It's been a very popular hero to pick up as of late. In fact, all the spirits are still there if they wish to counter picking up an Ember or a Storm. Adroit will take the Void for now.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot, of course, the past few days. A lot of teams have kind of not banned it out. I think in the past day, at least, like yesterday, it was very low priority in the ban, so it has slipped through a couple of times. I think Adroit with that Void Spirit is setting themselves up quite nicely. There's no hard stuns from TNC. They do have the duel from the Legion Commander. That's probably the only thing they really have to worry about. Bounty Hunter's Shuriken Toss is nice, but it's not exactly the hardest lockdown, and Murano's Arrow can be played around with. You will have to maintain some decent vision there. TNC do fall back to that TA, so we are seeing our Melt's TA come out. We know how potent he is on that hero. But the issue here for TNC is still an issue of timing. They're going to have to really pick up the pace for their Legion Commander and their Bounty Hunter to give Armel the space he needs to be a complete menace on mid-game.
Well, Adroit, how do we counter this? That TA, of course, as you already mentioned, Armel, he does perform pretty well in this hero. TNC has a very fast-paced sort of lineup, and it's going to be a very scary one at that. Adroit, they could always run the off-lane Void if they wanted to and pick up something like an Ember, I suppose, up against that TA if they so wish, and get the double spirits going.
Certainly an option. I'd say that would slow down the pace of Adroit just a bit. You would need to invest in some farm for the Void Spirit as well. And you already have the Shaker. You already have Boomy. He's probably going to need a lot of space to really get his own farm going. Instead, they go into the Troll Warlord. It's another option that works really great with a Chen. You've got that great sustain now for your entire team. The Troll is going to have multiple ways of staying alive and really just getting his battle trance off. It would be practical for TNC to try to build up into a Spirit Vessel fast, perhaps under Bounty Hunter in this case, just to kind of mitigate that sustain the entire team from Adroit will have. Of course, with that AoE, you're taking away from the Chen heal, you're potentially taking away from any mech burst heal as well, so you just have a lot going for you with that value pickup up against the specific lineup of Adroit.
TNC, final ban out, so they get rid of the Dazzle. I suppose with the Troll, you don't want to give that added value, especially up against when you do have a Legion Commander. Adroit, how do they want to finish this draft off? Or rather this ban, they'll get rid of the Bristleback. Straight away, we go into the Storm Spirit pickup, so that's who they're going to run mid. Should be an off-lane Void Spirit. Fair enough, looks like a pretty powerful draft here from Adroit. TNC, they've kind of got the counters already for it, right? Like, you've got the LC, you've got a Mirana if you could hit that arrow, but mostly the LC is pretty darn good catch for the Storm.
Definitely. You're going to have to really weigh your targets here, though. Are you going to catch the Storm out, or are you going to catch the Void Spirit out? So it's going to be one of these heroes. Can't possibly be both with your set of stuns. Again, you're going to have to land an arrow on one of them, and then maybe go for the duel on the other one. But that's a pretty tall ask, although it might be a bit easier on something like the Spirit if you can estimate where they're jumping to. I do like Adroit's last pick. I think it lanes well against the TA as you, a bit earlier on, as you go on, the TA should be able to draw even or pull ahead. The issue I have with Adroit's draft is it is going to be slightly slower. You can play the Void Spirit a bit faster, the Storm and Troll do take farm, and TNC responds in kind with a Monkey King. So they've got this way to really just play aggressive early on, play around their ultimates very early on. And as long as TNC gets that execution off, Adroit might not have enough room to get the farm and the EXP they need. Boomy, on the Shaker, he plays an amazing Shaker, but he takes investment. You know, you do need investment to make that hero work. Your Void Spirit's not the most selfless offlaner in this case, although, again, you can kind of play it in that way. You will lose some potency there if you don't give a little farm. And the Storm and Troll definitely need that. So Adroit is going for slightly slower draft, at the very least slightly more farm hungry, whereas TNC really want to run at you. By the time they hit 6, they probably only need to buy space for Armel. That's it.
All right. Well, some things are getting fixed. Some things are becoming more broken over on my side of things, John. But luckily the draft is over and we can actually get into the game. And with all these technical issues, we'll hopefully have them fixed by game number 2. Just an FYI, John. I know everyone probably wants to see your beautiful face.
They'll have to wait.
They'll have to wait. Overall, I suppose I should ask you, before we get into that game 1, who do you think you prefer just based on draft?
I'd actually have to say TNC by draft. I think it's going to be a bit easier to pull this off. You're not as reliant in getting farm on, say, your Legion Commander, whereas for Adroit, Storm, the Troll, the Void all need some farm, and Boomy's Shaker. These are all fairly greedy heroes, whereas for TNC, you only really have to worry about the space that Armel will get on TA. Beyond that, Monkey King, you can make an argument, yeah, need some farm. Just what? I'd say if you're going to be fighting early on with your Bounty Hunter, you'd only really need perhaps the Echo. That's it. The Legion Commander just needs 6. You have everything else from the rest of your team to follow up from that damage. You just need to be able to jump up, get the duel off in any easy target, and build off that way. It's down to TNC having to play fast with his track. We did see them try to play faster yesterday. Didn't quite work out, but with this lineup, it should be a bit easier to pull off.
Definitely should be. We'll find out. Bot lane, there might be a small engagement. Boomy and CML moving up with Bok. Won't find anybody.
30 seconds to battle.
It looks like Adroit is going for a very early lane swap now as well. They are tossing Bok to the top lane. They're clumping a lot of heroes down bot. I think they're going to be going for that safe laner versus safe laner with an aggro try once more. And that's something they've done multiple times yesterday. I think it is really quite effective with how Adroit plays. They do tend to really shut down that opposing safe laner hard when they kind of go for these lane swaps.
Certainly do. But now it does look that way. Boomy, he does go for a creep lock with the Earthshaker. Pretty standard stuff. They do definitely want to get that equilibrium going ASAP. For now, March is going to be the only one there on the Bounty Hunter. Not going to have a lane partner quite yet, but KP will rotate down on the Legion Commander. You'll see Gabby up on the Monkey King. Up against, well, with Tims on the Mirana, of course, up against Bok on that Void Spirit. Shouldn't be the easiest lane here for Bok, right? Like, it's never easy as a melee core up against a Monkey King of all things.
Yeah, it's not a good time for Bok, and this is probably the laning matchup TNC wants. They want to kind of bully Bok off, but they are immediately switching out from Adroit. So Natsumi goes top, Bok probably going to work his way down bot, and they are going to try to go for that safe laner versus safe laner matchup.
Yeah, CML will just literally recall Bok. No need to TP. I guess that's one of the very nice advantages of having a Chen on your team. You don't actually have to commit. In fact, a nice Aether Remnant onto KP. He was actually TPing away. That's huge.
Yeah, it's a lot of time that's going to be wasted by KP, and that's going to give them a lot of free space on both the top and bot lane.
We should have a quick look at the mid lane as well. Mel gonna be there on the TA, up against Mac on the Storm. Well, we'll see KP there for a second. The poor guy's had to run his way up top. Just makes a brief appearance as it looks like Adroit have already switched over Bok. He's back up to the top lane now. KP, where are you going, sir? Do you even bother running back down? You can't, right? You've just got to accept the fact that you've got to take this top lane now.
Yeah, for sure. There's just no way of switching out easily. They've committed to TPs. They're going to have to take these lanes as Adroit dictates them to be. It's not going to be the easiest time. I mean, KP's already stuck at level 1. He is going to hit 2 in a bit. But this is not the point where an LC can just dip into the jungle, especially when you go for level 1 overwhelming. You're gonna have to try to harass people out in lane.
An easy shot.
Gabby being left alone a bit for the bot lane, but he's having a good old time, not really struggling whatsoever. Of course, playing a bit more cautiously now that he doesn't have his support too close by, but March will eventually join him up after a pull. We've seen March playing a lot of these bounty hunters as of late. It's been mixed results. In fact, mid lane Mac very, very low on HP. He will bottle up. He almost got taken down by Armel just with the side blades. It's another thing you've got to be very careful about when you're versing an Armel TAs. He does tend to hit those side blades pretty well, but top lane CML will go down as the first blood, and Tims will be the one to pick it up on the Mirana.
Really important kill for TNC. I think they really need to find these early pickoffs with the potential they have with a really strong supports. Tim's just finding that arrow and the damage from the Starstorm in the end does pay off, and that does give CML a free reset if you want to be optimistic for a droid, but this gives a lot of EXP towards this Mirana, which you definitely need on a hero like this.
March now actually starting to rotate a bit on this bounty. Looking towards that mid lane, but Mac has already left, and now Gabby, he's going to get jumped while March is gone, although Boomy doesn't really connect the Fisher. He does block the way, however, and Gabby, can you get out of this? He'll eat a tango, but it looks like he is going to go down regardless. Boomy will be the one to pick up the kill on the Earthshaker.
Again, this time a nice pick-off going the way of a droid. You're going to be really happy as well. You managed to find that core instead. So March does get to live this time around. He's not being punished on Bounty Hunter as much, but really not too much he can do to try to save his core in that case. And the Bunker King's not going to be too happy about that, although it does look like Gabby is going to take this opportunity to switch lanes.
Well, March now going to get jumped on the bounty. They have dust available as well. Boomy had it in his bag, and this will mean a secondary kill down to the spot lane. This time Natsumi will be the one to pick it up on the troll.
Yeah, just, again, more punishment coming out from a droid. TNC is still trying to respond to these lane swaps. This is going to cost them early on. There's not much you can expect from the solo bounty hunter to really get done there. March does teleport back bot to soak that lane. You do see 3 heroes up top for now, but the TP is coming out from KP. So again, playing that chasing game with the ideal matchups for TNC. Pretty late in, though. We are at 5 minutes. It's a late point to lane swap.
It is. KP just going to come anyway, like they just don't feel confident, although Natsumi is there with Boomy with a fantastic Fisher block, but KP can always just press the attack and run away. Now you've got Bok down here. Bok does rotate. Meanwhile, mid lane, however, Tims rotates and Armel does pick up a kill on the TA. They're going to start forcing in that tier 1 tower.
It's one of the things that Droid is ignoring and kind of just letting be. It's Armel is actually finding that really good early game that he needs on TA. This is something we talked about from TNC's draft. Their TA is the only one that actually needs to get online very fast. Armel is certainly up there. He's whittled down this tier 1 all the way down to less than half HP. If a droid's not careful, they're going to lose a lot of ground fast, and Armel's farm will just escalate from this moment on. They're not going to be able to scout out those side camps near the mid lane without access to that tier 1. For Armel, it's just really going to find all the farm he needs.
Alright, he's got the tier 1 tower just within 6 minutes. It was no problem for him. Tims now gets a very nice arrow onto Mac, but there'll be no real follow-up to Tims. But he's doing a lot of damage to Mac, who isn't currently level 6, so he'll keep chasing Tims. He does now hit the 6, and Mac gonna play around with this, though he may go down. He does have the ball lining away, and here comes Bok, rotating in to try and take out this Mirana. A very, very close call for Mac. I believe that that creep wave of the T2 tower allowed him to hit that level 6 timing just before Tims was able to finish the job off.
It's a bit of a tight time here for a droid. Like, you're not getting the best of times with Mac. You saw how precarious his situation is. TNC is actually setting this early game pace quite nicely. It is fairly even on the kill board. The net worth is not too wide yet coming out from TNC. It is just a slight 1k lead. But you have to take a look at that net worth. Even sub 10 minutes in, Armel is already solidly in front of everyone else. and this is going to cause complications for... You don't see the same kind of farm coming out from Adroit. You do have a decent start in Natsumi. He's about 700 gold behind. Not too bad, especially at this point in the game, but the impact
Gabby.
Control has with that early farm is not the same.
Boundless Strike, Gabby is still in huge trouble, but he may get away here. Fisher, Boomy, he won't throw it out. Just didn't have vision with the tree dance from Gabby, and he will be able to salve up. A very close call for this Monkey King once again, and if this keeps up, Gabby, he's going to fall really far behind, but TNC doesn't like... Well, maybe they are going to help him out. They jump onto Boomy, but Natsumi comes in now. If they get this kill for the Earthshaker kill, it's well worth it. And Gabby, he's falling very, very low. Bok, he doesn't have much mana left and doesn't really have anything to throw out. He does mischief for a second, but they found the Monkey King. Can they at least get more here on TNC? No, Mac. He rotates in on the Storm. March will go down to the 8th Remnant, and Armel can't find any sort of trade for his team as Bok, he's going to TP out. Tims, he gets the arrow off in time. Bok needs to make a run for it now, but he should die. Or maybe not. Armel kind of misplaces the trap. But Meld Strike, there's no mana on Bok. There's no way he gets out of this. He does have an 8th Remnant, but he will wait for the Astral Step arrow. Not going to connect, and he does make it out.
Yeah, a nice little escape. In the end, they do find the kill they want. They did have to drop Boomy earlier on, but you're going to be happy with that still. More kills up top.
Certainly so. Boomy does get caught out. That'll be the first duel victory of the game coming out from KP. Gabby, of course, there to help out, and they're going to try and force in this tier 1 top tower. And TNC will maintain that net worth lead. 2k going their way. And although this Monkey King hasn't really farmed exceptionally well, it still seems like TNC is well on track.
Definitely. They've found all the farm they wanted on their big heroes. They are applying pretty decent pressure on the map. Adroit is responding well enough, but this isn't usually the Adroit you tend to see. Adroit likes to be the one setting the pace. Adroit likes to be one dictating these fights. They're just not able to because their draft is just so much slower. And TNC now is making great use of this early draft. They just need, I'd say the only thing that's lacking is levels on more. If you want that bounty on 6 to get track kills.
He found Bok again. The jewel is going to wear off. Boundless Strike does come in, and they do secure the kill. No jewel victory, but it doesn't really matter. Great kill going out for TNC. And I love this aggression coming out from this Radiant side. It just feels like it's something we haven't seen from TNC for quite a while now. But they do bring it out again, and it's really working out quite well.
Definitely. They're playing around their timings well. I like the prioritization on just finding kills with KP, with Gabby around, just not taking that slow approach with these kinds of heroes. They know they have an early level advantage. They know they're stronger at this point to get this kind of fight out. And Adroit just is forced to respond, but it's never a favorable response, although they are clumping around at tier 1.
They're going to try for something. Natsumi, I think he's going to have to back here. Tims, he does arrow the siege creep, so a lot of that push potential gone, though. Boomy going to jump in now. He does have Echo, and Mac will jump straight onto that LC. Echo committed as well. KP is down. Tims, he will be fine. They want March on the bounty, of course. And March will also die as Natsumi still man fighting, but doesn't have mana for Battle Trance.
Oh no.
He's trying to run away, but he should just die, and he does. Tims picks up that kill. Boomy looks to go down now as Gabby does chase him on the Monkey King. And just a slight error. I think they were expecting to be able to use that trance to really keep the fight going. Now Mac trying to TP away, but Armel. Just so much attack, and that's 4 for nothing.
TNC just really bringing it to Adroit today. I love how much more active they are on the map. Even Armel is just ready to go without finishing the Desolator off, without his Blink Dagger up and running. He's just ready to be with his team, to find these counter kills, to force Adroit to play from behind, which is honestly not where Adroit likes to play. They're never used to playing from that position. They do this when Boomy plays a greedier hero. They are more than likely waiting for that Blink Dagger to be up before they take the fights. It's the same kind of mindset when they give Boomy his mag. but it just takes a lot of time. The issue is TNC is actually clearing out a lot of the map in this downtime. They've got a 4K lead now at 12.5 minutes in. You've got Armel at 6.8K net worth. He just finished up his Desolator. Earlier fights didn't even have it. He's going to be working towards his Blink next. You take a look at Gabby. He's not been slowed down. His farm is pretty darn good, although he doesn't have any major item up yet. But once that Diffusal Blade's up, you're really just going to lose. It's already an issue having that mana up, but you really just won't have anything to fight with from a droid if you're not careful.
Well, Moonlight Shadow going to be popped. TNC going to start moving forward, see if they can find another jewel for KP. They run it into Boomy and Bok. They avoid that for now. Hims will arrow down one of the Chen creeps. And this smoke rotation not really going to lead to anything. TNC just cancels it off. And I guess they could still fight. They are still looking very, very strong. KP spots out Mac.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Doesn't really have the blink yet, so can't really close the gap against the storm. And instead, they're just going to maintain control of this jungle. Like, that's all they seem to want.
Yeah, it's stark contrast to their movements yesterday. Yesterday, they were a lot more defensive. They were only planting wards on their side of the map. They weren't going for these aggressive smokes. This time around, this smoke came out because March hit 6. They've got the track, they know they've got to use it. They don't find anything, but it's the understanding that we need out of direction is what's really different from yesterday's series. And of course, knowing that the jungle's empty, they can safely go for the Rosh.
That they will. Roshan going down very quickly thanks to Armel's Deso. I imagine you just give the Aegis to Armel and they will. First Aegis of the game going down at around 14.5 minutes. Now they go top where Mac, he may have overextended his march. Gonna get the track off Mac, he has no mana. He tries to TP, but the Shuriken toss, the Boundless Strike, and now the Jewel will come out from KP. 10 to 6. The net worth lead just increasing as time goes on, but currently at 4K.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know, John. I mean, how do you come back into this if you're a droid? It's looking really bad.
The issue for a droid's draft is that they don't have anyone that can just kind of be sacrificed right now. You don't have any hero that can just kind of cop short farm. Nice arrow from Tims to grab that rune. But that's the issue here. TNC is going to be looking to play aggressive. They're already piling up in dual wins. They're going to be starting to pile up on the track kills. And from there on out, that net worth lead we see at 5K is only going to widen. A droid needs to somehow find a way to split this farm evenly and safely. They're just not able to do that. I think the best thing you could hope for is perhaps to always have CML step out of the jungle, just stop trying to farm up, or at least maybe after the mech, leave the jungle and kind of be the sacrificial distraction that a droid need.
Well, Boomy gets jumped on, Meld Strike from Armel, and there's the jewel from KP. Trying to defend the T1 tower and clear out the creep wave, but it's just no good when Armel's around. Right now, nobody's really safe. As long as Armel wants you dead, you're probably gonna die.
Oh yeah. It's just, he's definitely online. There's just nothing to stop him from getting that work done. And that's mainly because they left him alone in lane. Armel had a free time against the Storm Spirit. They didn't invest in any sort of support rotations. He's just free to do what he wants.
Bok jumps in, just trying to clear out the creep wave down at the bot lane. Aether Remnant won't connect. Natsumi not going to hit the slow. They're going to keep trying to defend, it looks like, but I just don't think it's possible. Maybe just go for the deny attempt. Natsumi, he does pick it up. A very nice deny. So some gold denied away from TNC, but the mid lane, there may be a fight breaking out. Boomy, he does get diffuseled, but Gabby doesn't really want to make the chase.
Okay, this is a bit of a turning point for a droid. They have the blink and Boomy. This is when they should be aggressive, when they should be trying to find those kills. You do see the smoke out from CML. Gonna try to maximize this item reveal, but they're already on top, TNC.
Boomy right on top of him as well. They go on to Mac. Mac, he will be able to get away. Now the Fisher. This could be the team fight they needed. Is the Vortex going to be there? Gabby, where's the Wukongs? It does come out, but Mac is taking down Armel. Everyone will survive. 8th Remnant does not latch to anyone. So an unsuccessful team fight for TNC. Adroit don't really get anything out of it anyway. They just kind of defend their tier 2 tower. And TNC, they're sticking around for now. I thought they may go for a reset. But that Natsumi kill would be quite tempting to try and take. Natsumi trying to bait them in. His whole team right behind him. Armel gonna start with the traps. Natsumi gets tracked up as well. And he's falling very, very low. One meld strike and he loses half his HP, and Armel looking to go for more but couldn't quite reach. TNC will just continue to control up this dire jungle.
They're definitely still very far ahead, right? 8k lead, they've got the map control. Adroit is trying to find a way back in. They haven't quite revealed the Blink Slam, although I'm sure TNC's aware of it. They've got track on Boomy for a long time. But they need to maximize this item pickup. This is why they were playing so slow. This is why Boomy wasn't as active with the rotations, because he was trying to find a way to get this gold up. And if they don't manage to make use of this utility that they suddenly have, then they're just not going to be able to bounce back in. They need to find those key kills. Armel was just free to take that top tier 2. No contestation coming out from it. And TNC is just playing in that entire dire jungle. There's no vision from Adroit to even see this happening. They only have one ward in their southern jungle. That's it.
Dire are scanning.
Well, Aegis will expire. That is somewhat of an opening here for Adroit if they did want to try and take a team fight up against TNC, but it is still very, very dangerous. I mean, they're 8k behind. Milk just going to get that tier 2 mid tower. There'll be no defense to come out from Adroit. Now the BKB will be up on the TA, and that makes things that much harder. I suppose all Adroit can do is just keep farming. Just hope and pray that eventually Armel will drop off on the TA, and maybe you can take this this late game.
They are trying. Like, they are trying to finish up box Ags. It's still a long way away, but of course we know what happens when you do have that tool up. Just a lot more utility from our Void Spirit. Not going to do too much against that BKB on Armel. It will give you something against everyone else. So you do have a way to get that done. I think now Adroit has to be very cautious about where Armel is. They need to kind of isolate him first, take him out, because they have nothing to really pierce through that BKB. They don't really have any control, and a lot of their damage is going to be magical. It's riding on Boomy's AoE, it's riding from Max Storm, it's riding from the Void Spirit's Burst. Their troll is nowhere near ready. Only has that diffusal up, still working onto Yasha. You compare that to Gabby, at least has the BKB with the diffusal, so he's going to be hitting harder in front of everyone for a much longer time. And these BKBs are something that TNC wants to use. These smoked up.
Oh, Boomy tracked up. Gabby with a diffusal blade, they'll take that one easily, or maybe they won't. Fisher comes out, Natsumi, he does finish his TP, and now Boomy is TPing as well. He's gonna make it! They got too greedy. They wanted both, but they couldn't get either.
Small mistakes like that could potentially cost TNC, and like Adroit's gonna be very happy with slipping out there. It's their turn to smoke out. It's their turn to try to find something, and they do.
Yeah, they're going to go after KP. KP falling very, very low already, though. Nice arrow does connect onto Bok. Still KP has died. Now Gabby pops his own BKB, goes for the Wukongs. Everyone's just going to try and run as Boomy even gets a 3-man Fisher off and just makes a run for it. They should be able to get him in the end, but now Natsumi, this is a dangerous fight. He does have trance, but he is stunned up and he's not able to use his ultimate. And Bok even does get the Yules off. At least he is able to get away, but there was really no necessity for Natsumi to die like that. And I mean, it's been multiple times now where he just couldn't get that battle trance off in time. In fact, I don't even remember seeing one yet.
No, hasn't come out yet. And it's going to be a massive issue for Droid if that keeps happening mid-fight. TNC had a couple of interesting things happen there as well. KP was controlled up first. I think Gabby popped his BKB, but had his tree chopped in nearly the same tick. So he was on BKB, but stunned up on the ground for a long time. That did take away from some of that initial utility TNC had. It felt like a Droid could have found a little bit more. Again, they did not expend the slam from Boomy, which allows them to smoke up once more, trying to find something. They need to get that perfect initiation going. They need to be able to leverage the Shaker. They just haven't yet.
Well, they've still got that Echo, so they can use it now. Boomy does not get that Enchant Totem off. Now Shuriken toss Fisher, but KP has jumped in with the duel, and Armel will finish the job, and now Natsumi, he's in trouble. The arrow, Tims! He hits it every time! And CML, gonna get chased down, does go down as well.
Every one of your puppets,
I saw that ending from my...
Tims is just on point with the arrows today, John. He is making this this troll's life a living hell.
Definitely is. He's on top of everyone that he needs to be on top of. His arrows just always land the key targets. That's without the Yules. He has the Yules up and running now. He can just set up for himself. And the Droid has nothing to defend against. They just have no tools, no farm, no items to really speak of to counteract what TNC has. With its Aegis and Cheese now, it's going to be so much harder to try to defend that high ground. They will kind of rely on getting a big initiation or a pick-off, but they keep trying to pop out of their base to find some farm when March is just being super effective with the track.
He has been very, very good with this this bounty hunter, just always keeping up the vision. TNC 15k net worth lead at 24 minutes in. Look at that that win probability, and it's currently sitting at 96% the way of TNC. I'd have to agree. They just keep this up. I can't imagine them really losing this matchup. Like, Armel is just way too far ahead.
He's way too big in the TA. The key thing for a Droid is that they haven't gotten anything to still play with. You could try to buy some time for Mac, finish up his Ags as well. He's just about 700 gold off. I think once you have that, you're going to have a lot more control. You're not going to be as pressured on Boomy to wait for them to clump up. You can kind of clump them up yourself with Mac. But it doesn't feel like it's enough. You have to remember the BKBs are flying out in TNC. They've got 2 lives on their TA right now. They've got a Cheese to worry about as well.
Yeah, he gets used up, so he does at least purge off that silence. He will actually get away as Boomy will probably be the one taken out, though no, they cancel his TP as well. He tried. It's better than Bok dying.
Definitely. Still a bit of a loss for a Droid. That's a whole minute where they don't really have that big teamfight potential, and you've got Gabby scouting really far forward.
Shadows, take us.
Moonlight Shadow, they'd love to find Mac again. Gabby gets a defusal off onto CML, actually connects with the Boundless Strike onto 2, and KP will be able to get the duel off, and now Bok comes in. Gabby has Wukongs if he needs it. He does not.
They find 2 free kills, they pull back. It's another dual win for KP, 58 damage already. Not the most impressive amount, but he doesn't really need too much. Armel is the damage dealer in this game. And the Droid is going to be stuck in a situation where they just don't have the most impressive high ground defense beyond the Shaker. They will have the Ags on Mac, 50 gold away. Can't afford to die here with these risky plays. Once that's up, maybe we see the high ground really work in their favor. They're not going to have buyback on Mac if they do buy out in this item.
We kind of needs it. That's the thing. Like, I don't know if they can really defend high ground without that Ags. At least for now, they won't have to. TNC, they aren't pushing yet, but they are slowly creeping their way up.
And there's no pressure here for TNC. They've got everything they could possibly want. Their cores do have better scaling for the most part. But Droid does have some ways of trying to match up. The farm's really not there. 16k behind, 27 minutes in.
Oh,
They
Tim's
have
with
to
the
itemize.
arrow. He connects onto Bok again, and now the duel comes in. KB, he does not want to waste this opportunity, though. Nice heals coming out. It's not going to be enough. Mac, he's been used up. Tim's, he hits another arrow. Are you kidding?
Oh. We questioned that. Marana, Tim's is just playing fantastically today with all of these setups. Another one!
Yeah, Bok's got a bullseye on his back. He needs to be very careful. Nice Remnant. Does connect. They net him up as well. Armel starting to fall low. He does have the Aegis anyway. They won't even bother trying to risk it to take the Aegis out. They have successfully defended high ground. Their tier 3 got low, but it's not down yet. So, in some weird way, Adroit could call that a win.
Arguably, yeah, that is a slight win as far as the situation goes. They still have their objectives. They're not quite finding anything else on the map. I think they really need to take the team fight they want. They're going out of their base to find
Adroit?
a really risky move.
Going out without smoke as well, just kind of walking up. Arrow. We're not connected on anything this time around, but KP, he does get in there with the jewel, and immediately Boomy is going to be eliminated. The nice Aghanim Scepter Vortex. They will get KP. Armel, he BKB's up. He doesn't want to lose his Aegis quite yet. But Armel, he was stuck there for a while. He does eventually survive as the Aegis does expire. So it heals him up all the way. That would have been amazing timing had Adroit actually found him. But that Aegis, healing him up, and he does manage to get out.
Yeah, it did expire mid-fight, I think right when they jumped into Boomy. Right after that, it did go away. So it was a bit of a risk for TNC, but the moment you take Boomy out, they just kind of lack control to keep everyone in place. And that is something TNC is aware of. Like, the moment they just need to hunt Boomy down. And then the team fight from Adroit, yeah, with max Ags, you can at least have a little bit more control. There's no follow-up for that control. It's all just damage, and right now that's just not enough to clean up the cores on TNC. They have a lot of leeway there. You take a look, Gabby just finishes up that Scotty. So whatever burst regen you get from that Chen, completely gone, or at the very least mitigated.
Natsumi gonna jump in. Oh, the Fisher Boomy, he blocked his teammate in, and now they duel him up. Oh no, CML gonna get taken out. This could be over as another arrow connects onto Bok. He will be able to at least try and get out Astral Step, but he's been tracked up, he's been slowed, and Armel does finish the job. That is not the way you want to start a team fight.
Definitely not.
It just gets worse and worse as now Mac is really the only one up to try and defend this.
They still have the Echo Slam when Boomy does respawn, but it's a tall order. No one else is going to be up in a while. At the very least, you're not going to have Bok. You're going to have your Natsumi Troll to try to do the damage, but you really need to give Bok the opportunity to get that slam every single time. He's just not able to. I don't think we've actually even seen him use that Echo Slam just yet. A lot of hesitation from Adroit to use that spell, and it's costing them a lot. This is probably their last fight.
Love the fact that they tip Armel when he's disconnected. They don't even want him to know that he's getting those free shards. It's TNC gonna finish off 2 racks. They'll leave the top one, so not exactly megas yet by any stretch of the imagination. But Mac gonna zip in, gets a vortex, but it's only on creeps. So nothing will come out of that. And TNC, 1 racks away from megas, 29k net worth lead. Adroit, I mean, they have to have a miracle team fight.
Definitely. They really need to land every single spell. They have to let Boomy sit at the back. They need someone else to bait in, because they're not finding them with these smokes. Just have someone else stand in front, give Boomy the clearance to come in, and get his slam off, because every time he's picked off first, it just ends in a total disaster. So, they do have some breathing room here. TNC's not forcing it out quite yet, despite the major item pickups they do have. Natsumi does finish up a Halberd, so you have a way of dealing with Armel at the very least, or Gabby, or even KP. But that's just going to be one target to kind of take out for a while.
Well, Smoke going to be there from TNC now. We'll start moving their way in as Yules is going to be there onto Bok. No follow-up to it. KP, Jewel, he found Mac. It's a huge kill if he finds him. Yeah, he does go down very easily. He'll buy back immediately, but CML also goes down. The buyback out from him as well. And now Bok going in on the KP. A300 does connect. Natsumi is there to follow up. KP just will use the press the attack, and well, they just jump in, but Armel is cleaning up. KP does finally go down. Natsumi with the battle trance, but now they've lost Mac. The GG's been called. They tried, but it felt like they needed a huge echo and a huge vortex, and everything just needed to be perfect, and it just never happened.
Never happened. TNC this time playing a lot more aggressive with their draft, really maximizing that bounty hunter this time around and the Tim Smaranda. Absolutely shining performance from them this time around. Adroit looking a bit flimsy, trying to play the long game, trying to play greedy with giving Boomy a playmaking here that just takes a bit too far. With tree farm heavy heroes, never finding that space and falling behind minute 10. So TNC just managing to overtake, looking really strong, a lot better than yesterday's series. We'll see if they can keep up that pace in game number 2.
Yeah, they'd love to get a 2-0 victory against the Droid and get a bit of revenge. We'll find out if that does pan out, as it is MLP Dirt on Jonix Fire. The next game will start in about 10 minutes. So we'll be right back with that second draft in hopefully just a moment.
Bet. Made for live betting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for the second game of this best of 3 series. It is MLP Dota and John Expired. John, good to see you again, sir. It's been a while. How are you feeling now that the cams are fixed? Oh, well now I just can't hear you. Well, that's good. Well, I guess we could just do this without audio. John, have you forgot to unmute yourself?
Yes. I
good.
tend to forget, I have. It works. It all works this time around. Everything just works. Fortunately, I'm feeling great. You know, there's a lot going on in this matchup. It's a repeat of yesterday's match. We already see TNC playing a lot better in game one. I'm excited to see what else they bring out. I love that they're banning out a lot of key heroes here. Banning out the Batrider that we have seen Bach spectacularly on. They ban out the Magnus that caught them off guard yesterday from Boomy. So TNC are pretty much taking their experience from yesterday and learning from it quite well.
Ban.
It's always good to learn from your experiences. Of course, TNC one game away from proceeding to the next bracket of this winner's bracket. Something, you know, before this series started, John, I would have said Adroit do look like the favorites. Just based on how they've been playing. TNC have woken up today. No more games for them. Back to being very, very serious about their games. And, well, Adroit appear to respect at least one of their picks. They don't want to have to see that March Bounty Hunter again.
5 seconds remaining.
I think they understand that if TNC do play to that pace that the Bounty Hunter requires, they can get big very fast. We saw them do that in game one. We did see them try to attempt that yesterday. I don't think it had the same impact. But TNC's certainly woken up for today. They're playing that aggressive game style that can really benefit from having that Bounty Hunter around. I think just taking that tool away should give a lot more breathing room for Adroit. It's not going to give them as much pressure if they're losing out in these early fights. They don't have to worry about bleeding away track.
It was a real problem. I think it was really the vision that was causing them a real headache that last game. Because you saw Boomy, he was never able to just hide in a tree line and just get in there and commit a big echo. Mac never felt safe to jump in. Nobody really did. And the fact that you had KP on LC as well to make matters worse, he'd always just find the jewel. Every single time, he'd always find a key target to get a jewel off on. They'd win the jewel, and even if they didn't, it didn't really matter, as long as that person was just dead. That's all they cared about. As long as this guy's not in the team fight, we don't mind. And TNC now will take the Chen off Adroit. Adroit, they don't even think about it. Straight into the clockwork, and whoa, the Enigma comes out.
Yeah, that's something we don't see too often anymore. I think it still does give you a lot to play around with. You will have to really invest in it early on. I'm not sure if this is going to be the Boomy hero. It looks like it should be. So this, in a way, plays against it, right? If you're going to be playing a very strong laning Chen, you're going to be trying to find those large creeps dominate the lane. Something like the Enigma just immediately takes it away from you. Just turns it into Eidolons. That's a great response to that Chen pickup. We saw TNC do the same thing last game with Tim's Mirana, just kind of taking the potency away from CML. And you are seeing Adroit respond in kind. Now, this is a big issue, though, as the instantaneous Enigma pick without any sort of Rubik ban does allow TNC to get that. It's going to be a straightforward way, get that black hole for themselves. Adroit is really going to have to just always catch that Rubik out or run the risk of giving away that black hole to TNC.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big problem. And we've seen this every single time we've ever seen an Enigma pickup. It just always ends up in a Rubik counter pick. Every single time. You'd make the argument like you probably should ban out the Rubik if you were going to go into this. But I guess it's not really about committing the black hole, right? Enigma's more about having those Eidolons to be able to really set up a pretty big push, denying creeps away, setting creep equilibrium, being able to jungle if necessary, and giving solo XP away to the other laner if you aren't playing a core Enigma. So there's plenty of other things apart from that ultimate ability of the Enigma that actually seem to be much more efficient and effective anyway.
Definitely. It just gives you a lot more. I think that's the push that Adroit is looking for. And again, taking away those Chen creeps, that's basically the only reasonings I'd see for the Enigma pickup. I like that Clockwork pick early on as well. We know how much Bach can get done with that hero. Once he's given enough space, he can really dominate the lane as long as he has a lane partner to help support him. And we should be seeing that investment from Adroit. They haven't really been playing too greedy, even if Boomy does play a greedy hero. He does maintain some laning presence early on. Adroit do jump into the Riki.
10
There are some
seconds
great
remaining.
targets in the backline. You don't have the best lockdown with these supports from
5
TNC
seconds
to keep that
remaining.
Riki locked in. So you should be able to find a lot of leeway here for the targets you go
Dire
for
team
from Adroit, but TNC go immediately into the Slardar. Classic counter to Riki. Gives you, constant vision. Riki's already not the tankiest target. Slardar is going to amplify that by a big amount. I think you're going to have a lot of possibilities here for TNC. And it is really strong in lane. You've got that Rubik Slardar lane, which is it's just as potent as the Centaur
10
Rubik lane that
seconds
we've been
remaining.
seeing a lot of. So a lot of potential there for TNC to just completely shut down that
5
safe lane as well.
seconds remaining.
Well, we might see a lot of lane switching again this game. As we saw last game, they just kept running up and down towards that top and bot lane, and I wouldn't really blame Adroit for trying to run something like an aggressive tri lane if that was what they wanted to do, or just avoid the Slardar at all costs, because that's going to be impossible to lane against. I mean, you already said it.
Definitely.
Lift into the stun, and that's not even the biggest part, right? That bash is just
10
infuriating
seconds
to have to play against in the lane. So there should be a really nice
5
laning setup here from
remaining.
TNC. Still, fourth pickup, we saw Adroit, they do go into the Lich, so now you have a nice little combination there with the Riki and the Clockwork. It can be a little bit frustrating when you're getting chased down and the Frost Shield comes out as well, to just really slow the hell out of you. TNC, probably not going to be too phased by the Lich John. It gets picked pretty much every game anyway.
Yeah, it's not the biggest threat here for TNC. The one thing I see coming out for Adroit picking that is it does mitigate some of the value you're getting from that Corrosive Haze, so you are kind of dropping down that amplification coming out from the Slardar. So in that sense, it's a great pick. It's a solid laner to have. I think Lich Riki is okay. Like you blink in, you get the Frost Arm on yourself. It is pretty strong. TNC with a Lycan, though. This is going to be a bit of an issue for Adroit. They don't have the best ways of keeping that hero in its spot. It's going to allow TNC to really just run you down very early on. Like, taking objectives and taking heroes is going to be very easy for TNC once they have 6 on Lycan, 6 on Slardar,
10
even in Chen.
seconds
Like,
remaining.
Lycan Chen just means your objectives are really not going to stand. There's so much sustain going on here for TNC. You would want to see an early investment in, like, a Spirit Vessel, perhaps, for Adroit. The issue is they don't really have a natural carrier there. Perhaps a Clockwork could build into that. It is a bit of a slow build-up for a hero like that, unless you're finding those early kills. So already, I think with what you have on hand, TNC is looking a lot stronger with the initial draft.
I mean, the game looks impossible for Adroit, just based on the draft as it stands. You've got no wave clear from Adroit right now. You've literally got 0. TNC, they've got a Chen Lycan, and well, now you've got the Queen of Pain from Armel, which is even more troublesome, because you've got some great burst and teamfight potential coming out. I don't know what Adroit could pick up to really turn this draft around anymore. Like, how do you beat Chen Lycan with no wave clear?
You really can't. It's a
10
big
seconds
challenge. I
remaining.
think the best choice would have been an Ember Spirit, which Adroit is forced to ban out because they
5
didn't have
seconds
first pick in
remaining.
the last phase. So they're going to have to go for something else. It's going to be down to their mid laner. Maybe something like the Puck, just to give them a little bit more control. That is potentially the answer here. It has decent wave clear as well, if you're going to be worried about that. So it can give you a little bit more in terms of keeping that Lycan in his place, in terms of preventing a massive influx of heroes just chasing you down. You have that Dream Coil to play with. I think the Puck would be a decent response. Doesn't fix all for it. I do think that TNC does have the edge here draft-wise. If they played like they did in Game 1, I don't see why this draft wouldn't work out for them here in Game 2.
I really can't imagine them losing this game, TNC. Of course, we won't say anything of the sort quite yet anyway. Adroit, 1 pick left. Of course, they could just completely outplay the side of TNC in the laning phase, even though TNC's lanes just look substantially stronger. TNC just looking to try and lock this out 2-0 if they can, right here, right now. Progress through the winner's bracket. Adroit, a lot of pressure on this last pick, but it will be the DK.
Now select your heroes.
Works.
It had some wave clear. Breed Fire can melt some of those creeps. It gives you a little bit push of your own once you hit that level 6 as well. So there is some value in that DK. It's a tanky hero. It wouldn't care too much about the early levels of Corrosive Haze at very least. it doesn't quite give you the lockdown you need to keep that Lycan in this place and the Queen of Pain. So you're going to have to choose which hero you're going to prevent from running away or get under control first, and then kind of jump onto that. It's a solid last pick for a Droid, right? It's not going to lose out the lane against Queen of Pain too hard. Armel should still have a slight edge, but Mac isn't going to be entirely bullied out as the lane goes on. He's going to have decent enough ways of sustaining himself, punching out some harass. I still feel like TNC's draft is going to hit better timing. I think if they maintain that playstyle we saw in game 1, if they manage to give Gabby the space he needs, and KP the space he needs, they play around, dominate their lanes, then Adroit is going to struggle a bit. Like, they need a lot of farm and Natsumi to make that hero work out. They're going to need some investment into Mac as well. You'd want one item plus a BKB or a Blink Dagger to get yourself going there. You're not going to be able to stand in front without that BKB as well, with all the magic damage coming out on TNC's side. So there's a lot here that Droid has to buy time for.
It's going to be an interesting game, number 2, to say the least. And again, a lot of pressure on Adroit. They need to win this game to force to a game 3. And, well, Gabby starts off immediately by tipping Boomy. Boomy will return the favor. A lot of tips coming out for everyone, in fact. It's good to see. This laning phase has to be perfect from Adroit. Like, they can't falter.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, though. Like, even if they are relying on just not bleeding around this laning phase, Reki is not the strongest laner, and you do have potential there with the Lich, especially once Lich hits level 2 with a Frost Shield, so you can just lay the damage on with a Reki, but that stands at a massive risk. You're probably going to be laning against KP. He's a very tanky hero. He has a lot of lockdown. If you do commit for trying to find that kill, you could find yourself in a rough situation as well.
30 seconds to battle.
Ooh. Nice early D wards coming out from TNC, taking out that mid ward. So, March already shutting out some information from Adroit. That's just going to make rotations for the, for I believe the runes much harder for Mac. He's not going to be aware of where he should head to.
Yeah, it'll put a lot more reliance on the POS 4 of Adroit, but the problem is your POS 4 is Boomy on the Enigma. Like, it's not like he wants to be the one to secure the power runes for his mid. He just wants to sit in the jungle, I'm sure, in this Enigma and just do Enigma things. I suppose we'll see how he does play it out, but I do love that early D ward. The mid lane matchup, Armel, he'll be up against that DK that we saw earlier on. Of course, being played by Mac. You know, although you have the Dragon's Blood that you eventually get at level 2 and 3, it still feels like it could be a pretty rough lane here up against Armel's Queen of Pain.
It's not going to be easy for the first 3 levels. It's definitely going to be something the Queen of Pain can abuse quite nicely. Even by level 4, you can still kind of draw ahead, but I don't see Mac being bullied out too hard, as long as he doesn't lose too much HP in the first 2 levels. So he just has to play it safe initially, then he can kind of tiptoe around that Queen of Pain just fine.
Well, funnily enough, Armel doesn't even opt for the level 1 Shadow Strike. Rather, he will go for the Scream, and I suppose that level 1 Scream does allow you to really secure CS a lot easier anyway. Up against a DK, it can be pretty challenging to get CS, as he does deny very easily, so Armel be very focused on just ensuring he get those creeps up. I mean, with a draft like this, like there's no real reason to have to force out the DK anyway. Just need to be able to be farmed enough on the Quap to follow up your team, it seems.
Definitely. I like the commitment from TNC to try to scout out Boomy. I mean, they got an early ward deep in that jungle to block the camp. Boomy did have a D ward, but immediately Tim's is just looking around that jungle. They don't want to give any space to Droid, and they are finally starting to punish these greedier POS 4 picks.
Well, Natsumi, top lane, does end up finding March. So a very early kill coming out from a Droid, and that is the power of the Lich Riki combination. It is very strong. March, kind of a sitting duck in the laning phase. I don't even know if he'll stick around too long here with KP. Not really sure if there's too much of a point to this.
No, it's Not too much synergy there in that lane. I'd say you'd be better off maybe trying to scout out Boomy instead of having Tims do that. You are a Chen, you're going to be in that jungle anyway. I think that's a better distribution, but Tims is doing a good job. Like, he's not actually doing too bad hunting down Boomy. It's not a free time for Enigma, although this is costing Tims his initial early levels.
Yeah, that's what pos 4s do. They suffer. That's what we don't soak XP from the lane. We just chase down the other pos 4 or 5 and just try to make their life even more hellish than it already is. I guess most of his levels are going to come from the fact that he'll just be stalking Boomy the whole time. Right, like you could just still soak XP off Boomy and just make it really annoying. In fact, Fade Bolts, the Eidolons were going down anyway. Now Tibbs will take himself a nice little neutral creep while he's there. And it's back to chasing the Enigma.
They've got a nice forward ward to always see where Boomy is, so it's just a constant game of tag there for those two wards. This is really weakening the presence of Bokta. As a solo clock up against Lycan, there's just not much you can really offer in that lane. You already see Gabby pulling away quite nicely, 18-7 compared to Bok's 12-3. He's not going to be completely shut out of this lane, so you should still find that EXP as the clock. But Gabby is definitely going to reach pretty much free farm status.
You hurt the ones you love.
No, I don't know if you can really afford to take XP off the clock anyway right now, right? Because you're gonna need him to have that very early level 6. Like unless you're able to really start ruining lanes once you hit that level 6 on the clock, like they're gonna get farmed anyway, right?
Yeah, it's just the weakness of that as a core. Just doesn't really manage to do too much. It needs EXP, but it also wants to win that early laning phase, so you have to do a balancing act. In this case, they just don't play that balancing act, leave Bok alone.
Well, top lane March. When he get jumped on, he'll TP out and be perfectly fine. Having a quick look back into the mid lane, it's a very even lane. Armel is about 3 last hits behind. In fact, make it 1 now, just behind Mac. To be expected up against the DK. But overall, they're just trading farm. There's no real kill potential here.
No.
Just CS.
Definitely. Just a farming lane, and both sides are going to be happy. I think Armel does have the flexibility of dipping into the jungle a lot more, although he doesn't have levels in Blink. But he is much more confident in being far forward.
CML now goes down top lane. Natsumi also going to be chased. He will tricks to the trade up the cliff, and March doesn't really have a way to lock him down. That'll make it a 1-1.
I'll take that.
Though March really wants that courier of Natsumi, but Natsumi will hide it nicely and we'll get it out in time. How are our friends Tims and Boomy? Tims is still chasing.
He's halfway through level 1 now. So,
nice. Progress.
And they've got wards now from a well, so they know where Tims is chasing. And it's just kind of funny. So much commitment from TNC. I like that. It's just really sacrificing Rubik. But Boomy hasn't had a freest run. He's still just about hit 3. So it's not been a good, speedy run for our Enigma as well.
Oh, March, he's got that Harpy Stormcrafter. Such an annoying creep with that Chain Lightning, and does eventually run out of mana, but he has 1 more left in him. TNC already looking to try and force in this tier 1 tower a bit. But they're really...
They've got the Chen.
Yeah, of course, and they're just ensuring that Natsumi does not farm. In fact, Natsumi's TPing bot. He's had enough of this lane. Essentially, this has become a dead lane for the side of Adroit, so they're just going to leave it. CML's going to just soak XP in the trees. That's all he can do.
The issue here for Adroit is that there's really no lane for our Ricky to be in. He can try to go bot. If you look at Gabby, he's at level 7 on the Lycan, way ahead of everyone else, and that's still not a good matchup for Natsumi. At the very least, he's not going to be stunned out. But the damage potential from our Lycan is way up there now.
It certainly is. Gabby is looking very nice and even got himself a broom handle, which always helps the cause. He'll just keep farming up with that Necro 1. He's going for the Helm of the Dominator next. Yeah, just free farm for him. Nothing to stop him at all. Like, nobody's going to chase him down the jungle like Tim's is chasing Boomy. He will have a free game this time around and is currently the top of the last hits and top of the net worth at 3.3k. Although Armel, mid lane, does get hooked on by Bok. It will not be enough to quite kill him off. And now KP going to rotate in as the Slaughter, chasing down Bok on the clock. We'll get the Frost Shield there. KP getting very, very low, and the Scream will eventually get the job done. Now Mac will be chased down by Boomy. Shows his face. He's only level 4 though, so can't really commit too much to this team fight. Does get himself a Chen creep with those Eidolons, and that'll be the end of that.
Yeah, this will allow TNC to start applying that pressure on the mid-tier 1. With all the creeps they have, with the Lycan around, this should be a lot of damage, although the Fortify is enough to dissuade him. That just allows Gabby to farm at her own jungle. So, the Dire jungle being invaded now by TNC, limiting the space of a droid to farm in.
Yeah, it's rough. The net worth lead already sitting at a 3k advantage for TNC. It's a huge advantage to have at 8.5 minutes. Droid, they don't have the levels, they don't have the farm. They really have no business trying to fight. Natsumi even still just trying to pick up treads on the Riki. Like, he's got 3 Wraith Bands going. It just goes to show how much he has been suffering in that safe lane. And even the off lane, like KP, he won't leave him alone. Comes down bot, commits the Corrosive Haze on him, and just ensures Natsumi never feels safe. They are going to rotate Dire Heroes down bot to try and help him farm. Only problem is, while you're doing that, TNC, they will start forcing in the mid lane.
Yeah, they do catch KP out. They're trying to go for this kill.
They should be able to get it. KP gets gazed, though Armel, a huge Sonic Wave coming out, connecting on 3. Natsumi and CML both just TPing out at the same time, and there is nothing to cancel.
Gabby now being chased down by Mac as well. Not gonna go for the commitment. They did get the Dragon Tail off cooldown right then, but they didn't want to give chase. And Gabby should be fine. He did have shape, but nice set of kills down bot for a droid. They are still quite a fair bit behind. 4k behind the 10 minutes in. Gabby now shape-shifting up.
Well, Gabby finds CML, may find Boomy, and does just in the nick of time as the TP was about to complete. And he tells him, just try and kill me again. He gets a double. And it's one of the hard things when you're versing a Lycan. Like, you can rotate 3 heroes up to try and kill him, but he's got the Necro units as well as the Helmet. In fact, he hasn't even got the Helmet of the Dom yet. It was just Wolves and the Necro units, and that was more than enough.
He's just so far ahead. He's level 10 at 10 minutes in. Way further ahead than a lot of the heroes on the side of a droid. They are completely mismatched right now in terms of EXP. The only one really close is Mac, and he's at level 8. So that huge deficit is coming into play here. A droid losing out in their tier 1 mid, no contest. TNC 5k ahead at 10 minutes in. The map is really shrinking fast for a droid, and they just don't have any way to respond just yet.
But when will they have a way to respond, John? Like, at what point do you say to yourself as a droid, we can go now? Well, maybe now, because they do hook in. They have found KP and they blocked that high ground, just not allowing him to run up that cliff, or rather the stairs, and they will find a very important kill. A great setup there from Bok. I suppose if they can just keep doing that over and over again, maybe that's the opening they require.
They're going to need that done a lot of times. There's a lot of pressure on Bok to find these isolated heroes, to get that gap closed, get the damage out, get the control out, because he is really it. That's the best way they have of starting these fights. They might go and commit onto Tim's. They do scout out.
He does have tricks to the trade. Battery Assault, he does tricks out of the cogs, but Natsumi is on the case, has another Blink Strike, but really no way to slow him down. Tims, are you going to be able to get out of this? Natsumi's waiting for his next Blink Strike and tricks of the trade. Blink forward. Tims, he will eventually go down. And alright, they're picking up some kills. But the Roshan's being taken.
There's no way they can contest this. They do have the hook shot. If they were aware they could try to go for something, it is going to be a bit too late. That is a free Roche going way of TNC. First Roche of the game. And they can't deal with 2 lives. Like, they give the Aegis to Armel. You already don't have a way of keeping that Queen of Pain in place. Even if you did, probably don't have enough damage to burn her twice over.
Oh, Boomy, he got scanned out. He has Black Hole, but they're going to need it if they want to fight this. Gabby, maybe the target. But no, Boomy is taking way too much damage from those creeps, and Armel comes in to clean up, and now Mac, he'll be the next target. He doesn't have Dragon Form left, and he is netted up, surrounded, and just destroyed, as CML will be the third one to go down. Just no chance in hell of killing off Gabby.
Just way too much from TNC, way too big of a lead in terms of EXP and items. 7k advantage, they melt that tier 2 up top. I'm surprised Adroit is still trying to go for those defenses so shoddily. They need to rely on Bach to break up TNC first and then go with a follow-up. They cannot just walk in like that, they can't afford to.
Bot lane wants to go after a solo kill onto Natsumi. Does end up getting the dust, does have another scream. KP is going to be there with the follow-up, and Armel will pick up another kill on the Quab.
It's just easy. I mean, the Ricky has nothing. Doesn't have smoke screen, doesn't have enough damage to really burst anyone down. We saw him try to chase the Rubik earlier on to very limited effect. It took a while to get that kill. And Adroit needs to get the team fight going. They need Boomy to step up, or at the very least, they need to keep relying on Bach. They can't go in when the Clockwork's not the one committing first. He needs to set the pace for Adroit here. He needs to find the targets they want to isolate and burn out. They can't afford to initiate with anyone else. They are not set up.
Those hero levels, like you bring up the graph, it's just ridiculous. Armel and Gabby at 12. And then you've got Mac at 10 and everyone else is below 9. Like, it's insane. It's just such an XP advantage, and TNC has essentially already got map control. They won't take the Dire jungle yet, but as Adroit's desperately trying to get that XP and farm up, TNC will continue to take objectives, and this time around it'll be the bottom tier 1 tower. And it's so quick with the Chen Lycan.
It's ridiculous. There's just no punishment coming out from Adroit for this lineup. They went with another greedy draft. They have kind of found what they wanted. They've got the EXP. They don't have the items, and they're still waiting for the mech from Boomy. So you're not going to see any sort of plays coming out from him. All he will bring is sustain. We haven't seen the Eidolons really play out in a big push just yet. It's just been a farm fest for Adroit, and TNC are happy to punish that.
That they absolutely are. CML gonna show up at the bot lane. I don't know what the Lich is gonna do to try and defend this. Mac will also show his face. They do know where Armel is, as he is going after the siege creep, but Tims is looking for the Lich. He doesn't spot him. CML will be able to TP up.
And they save their Lich. They're still gonna lose that objective anyway. They're trying to trade with tier 1 up top. Even then, they're shoved out.
Oh, for Mac. Way too far forward. That is not a tanky DK. Chain Frost gonna come out, and that may take the creeps out at least.
Oh.
Oh my.
No. The Chain Frost killed one of the Necro creeps, and the damage killed off CML.
Bot tried to... He tried to hookshot it to get the kill, because they knew it would kill the Lich. But the Chain Frost got enough damage in.
And that's the state of the game for Adroit. They're so far behind that they have to commit Chain Frost for the summons and the hookshot for the summon.
Oh, Mac, don't go there. I don't think it's safe for Mac to be there. He really isn't tanky at all. This is not the DKs we're used to seeing.
I mean, TNC has maintained that lead, so they haven't widened it. So there's still some way, in some weird way, Adroit is kind of keeping up. Not really. I mean, at the very least, they're not having that lead widen for TNC, so TNC aren't pulling away any more than they were on, which means Adroit does have certain ways of coming back in here. You really need a lot more in Natsumi. And take a look at that, Ricky. In terms of net worth, 5.9k, which is great. 6k behind the Queen of Pain, so he's actually number 3. It feels way worse than that relative, though. He still has to finish up at least that Fusel. And even then, I don't think that's going to be enough. TNC, their Aegis does expire. So there might be a little bit more caution from them going into these fights. Maybe they wait out the next Roche before going to the high ground. They could at least find us tier 2 perhaps down mid. I don't know if they're going to be going for the high ground yet. They have to kind of be cautious about the black hole.
I highly doubt they're taking any sort of caution, John. I mean, they're running over them. TNC, I mean, they won't go high ground, like in all fairness, surely. Well, Gabby is kind of running there. Oh, okay, they are going high ground. Why not?
They're 9k ahead, and
They can.
Detroit is scattered out.
Frost Shield will apparently be enough to force them back, and they're just going to maintain dire side control. This is buying time for a droid to get a bit more farm up. Boomy now does at least have a mech up. I don't really think it's going to help too much, but it's there.
Definitely not. Did you see the damage on Gabby when he right-clicked someone? I don't think the mech's gonna give them enough. It'll buy them like a second of extra time, I suppose.
Oh, Bok tried to scout out, but it was way too close to the stairs. Do they really want to finish him? No, he hook shots out of there. He'll be fine. The Shadow Strike will not tick him out. So,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
nice little hook shot.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We talked about what the droid has to do though. They rely on getting the hook shot isolation kills to really bounce back in. When they're expending these hook shots to get their clock out, you're not really gaining it. You're preventing a death, sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under
But you're not finding anything on the map. The only person outside is Boomy. He's the one taking the free laning farm with his Eidolons. And what is he going to build into? He has the mech up. He has the crown up. Doesn't have anything queued up. Maybe he goes for a fast blink, but then you have to remember the Rubik is there. Timps is there to steal that black hole, so it's never going to be saved.
CML going down to creeps again, and he's dead. What do you do? Like, CML can't leave the base. As soon as he shows his face, Gabby's there with a bunch of creeps, and now that the Lich isn't there for another 15 seconds, they're going to try and go after the tier 3, it seems. Why not?
I think it's just a slow whittling away. They're not going to commit the heroes up. Good enough. No heroes right-clicking.
You can do this, though. There's no reason not to. They're not even using the Chen creeps. The Chen creeps are just standing there waiting. And the tier 3 has been denied at least, so they won't give the gold away. But I don't think TNC needs the gold anyway.
No, they definitely don't. They've got the control they need. It's going to be much easier for them to start sieging onto those racks now. Of course, it does feel like they are just kind of waiting out for another objective. The Roche is going to be up fairly early, less than 40 seconds away. That is something TNC can look to secure before going to the high ground. While all of this is happening, you do finally see Natsumi going a bit deeper to get some farm. Going does have the defusal up on the Ricky. I don't think that's going to be enough. He's saving up for a Battle Fury next. That doesn't really fix any of the issues. Battle Fury on Ricky is great. We see it a lot, but when you're this far behind, I don't think it's just giving you enough.
Mac gonna get chased down. KP gonna be the corrosive haze though. Bok does hook shot in. Boomy, can you get anything done? No black hole yet. Chain Frost is doing a lot of work and they do lose KP. But now here comes Gabby. Sonic wave from Armel does connect on two. Bok still alive, but should die to the Lycan creep surely. He does, but now the gaze on Armel. He blinks out. Gabby, he's been stunned up, but there's just no damage output.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Detroit at least finds one. They manage to find one kill. That does give them a little bit of an ejection that will dissuade TNC from further action for now. They don't have too long to wait. They did have to trade away their own offlaner for that, so it is a bit of an even trade. They get more in the end. They're just that far behind. TNC are just free to reset and try again. They did expand the shapeshift there earlier on. Not the longest cooldown. They have control of the map anyway. They're just going to farm up. And Roche is up, so if they do scout that out, they could just go for that objective instead. CML.
KP? Yeah, gonna find CML.
Yeah.
CML knows. He knows he's gonna die. He's just on a warding mission.
Just drops a central. Doesn't even get an obs out, unfortunately, so they don't really have vision from that.
Gets lifted back. Armel's there with the follow-up. Bok tried to farm. I guess he assumed that they were in his jungle, and that was not the case. TNC now going to go for that mid barracks as Armel. He'll get started on the range racks. Natsumi not even going to bother coming back to the base. He's just going to take the time to farm. Tims gets Midnight Pulse for himself, which is always a nice little ability to have. That'll be it. The first racks of the game does go down. Droid, I mean, look, they're fine with that, I think. It still does buy time for the Riki.
Yeah, they are getting time for their Riki. They have managed to have Boomy farm into a Garden Greaves. But there's a little bit more durability there. They will miss out in this Roche. No way they can contest this one. No vision in the map to see that anyway unless they get the rocket flare off. Even then, it is already late. So the second Roche, once more, going the way of TNC. Droid's still making a way there.
They've got to steal the Aegis. They can't let it go down like this, but they don't have time. You had the hook shot on Bok, but he wasn't in range, and now KB at least getting caught out by the cogs. Can you really fight this? Tims, he's been caught in that shadow thing, and well, Boomy does commit the black hole. It's caught one of them, but it's not enough. Mac getting blown up by the sonic wave. Bok now puts the cogs up again, goes for the TP, and does make it out. It looked kind of good because you had the smoke screen going on the Rubik. And it made it safe for Boomy to go for the black hole, but he only caught one. He didn't get Armel in it.
Yeah, it's not enough with what the Droid is doing here. It's a good try. You're going to have to try to defend, not even this set of racks. You're going to have to defend their last set of racks or the tier 4s. And it does feel like Droid is being pushed back further and further. 15k lead for TNC. Very clinical play coming from them. Just slowly whittling away at the Droid, and the response from the Droid just not strong enough. They won't have the black hole for the next fight. That's going to give a lot more to TNC to play with.
One rack's left. TNC, they won't back off surely, although maybe they will. Armel getting jumped on. Now the hookshot from Bok straight onto Gabby, and he does trap up March. Still Armel stuck in the smoke screen, but he'll be fine. And Gabby does end up finding Bok on the clockwork, and with that, Boomy now getting caught out, has nothing to throw at anyway, so he is dead, and the GG is called. Just surgical play from TNC in Game 2, and they take a very, very dominant victory for themselves.
Really different looking team compared to the series yesterday, turning it around 22-7, 17k, 2-0ing the series and under 25 minutes. Really impressive display there from TNC. Everyone playing on point. Refreshing to see, especially after considering yesterday's performance. I mean, you had Armel going 10-0. You had Gabby going 9-0. A Droid just could not find the control for that Lycan, for the Queen of Pain. We talked about that being an issue from the draft. They couldn't find the answers, and it did fall apart. Fortunately for a Droid, they will stay around. They will drop to the lower bracket, so they still have another opportunity to keep on going in the BTS Pro Series.
With that, John, we may have a post-match interview. I'm not 100% sure on that. We'll have to quickly double-check. You can have a bit more of a chat if you want, John. I actually don't mind.
Okay.
Because I'm just trying to confirm if we are going to have one.
All right. Yeah, so TNC playing fantastically. I think a lot of people probably didn't expect them to. Yesterday's performance was rather lackluster. You know, if you watch those games, you'd understand it looked very different. Droid looked a bit stronger as well, but TNC definitely felt a bit off this time around. They do manage to really clear up the air. But these two teams are fairly even. Historically now, I think they are 50-50 in terms of win rate on ticketed matches. Stretching all the way back to perhaps 2018. So, close match from both of these guys from Southeast Asia. I think one of the closer matches we would see today, although the next series should be fairly interesting as well. I think that's going to be something to watch out for. I believe we are going to be seeing Fnatic against Boom. Now, a lot of people will rightfully favor Fnatic, but Boom is the kind of team that does pull upset. They can kind of surprise people if they focus down. If they play at their best, they are a spectacular team. The issue is if they will play at that level. There are moments where the decision-making can be a bit off. The drafting can be at times dubious, but it really depends on the circuit, right? And it's Fnatic. Fnatic is the highest seed in Southeast Asia right now, probably the favorites in the region. So it's a tall order going up against them. They did go pretty much undefeated in terms of series in the group stages. They have a lot under their belt right now. It's a lot of pressure on Boom to bring into Fnatic next. And I think that's all I really have to say. I could reiterate my points. I think a Puck last pick would have been better than the DK. I'm going to stand by that. I think it gives you great wave clear, great control with the Dream Coil. You couldn't get that with the DK.
Thank you for that, John. We'll have to hold off the interview for a bit. We're going to go over to the break screen, and I'll try and figure out what is going on. It is MLP Dota on John X Fire. We'll update the cooldown, or the timer, I should say, when we do have info as to when the next series is starting. Though, John, I do believe it should be pretty soon. Usually we only take a 15-20 minute break before the next series will begin anyway. But there'll be a timer on the screen once we have the estimated time. Won't be too long, guys.
Bet. Made for live betting.
Please don't make me go back to LA.
I don't care where you go, Bojack, but I can't have you around here. You make me too sad.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for another series, a brand new one, in fact. Fnatic versus Boom Esports. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, you look fantastic, by the way. No need to compliment me, John. I know you don't have time to talk about how I look. First of all, before I ask you to talk at all, thank you to our sponsors, of course, Monster, for keeping us energized, and LootBet, the official betting partner of the BTS Pro Series. John, yesterday you promised me you were going to drink that can of Monster that you have. You're on short supply because we are in quarantine, sir. I have not seen you. You look a bit sleepy to me. You look a bit tired.
That's true. That's true. I do need a hit. Gonna pop her right here. You hear that? Oh yeah.
Some ASMR. Thank you, John. You look much better, by the way.
Oh yeah. Yeah, feeling
John,
perked up.
Fnatic versus Boom Esports. This last series was a bit one-sided. We're not gonna lie about that, right? Like it wasn't even close. Yeah. TNC, they had some monster in their coffee or something like that. They woke up. Fnatic versus Boom Esports. This is the one where we thought it would be even less close, because Fnatic have been on a tear throughout the group stage. They have not lost the series. They've beat Boom Esports in the group stage as well. Yeah. I just want to premise this series by asking you, what do you think Boom Esports needs to do to beat a team like Fnatic?
I don't think Boom Esports can afford to play Fnatic's game. Don't play it slow. Don't try to farm up. Don't try to be clever. Boom knows what they're good at. They're good at aggressive lanes, winning early on, shutting down that map very fast. I think they're actually one of the few teams that could punish the heroes that Savage. They could just outright stop Savage from trying to get that farm and kind of slowing his pace down. They should play that way. I take a look at the drafts and the games that happened with Fnatic and Boom. They tried to go back to that PA. They tried to take it a bit slower. And when you let that happen, Fnatic will set the pace. They just come online faster. They know when to hit their spikes. You can't allow that against a team of this caliber. So hopefully Boom plays to their own strengths instead of kind of experimenting, which they do sometimes.
Do you remember when we first casted Savage, John? It feels like watching a child grow up, doesn't it? We were first casting him back when he was in Ginnisbras. Back at
oh yeah,
was it TI9? It was TI9, right? The closed qualifiers.
Yeah,
and Ginnisbras, they've disbanded. Everyone's gone to different teams. But now Savage, he joined Fnatic. People questioned how good this young Thai player was going to be. Turns out he was pretty darn good.
Definitely. It's like he just performs every single time. I think he slides into that kind of play style where a team buys space, one core gets really big. In this case for Fnatic, it is 23 Savage, and a lot of teams have not been able to build off of that, or at least punish that much. Again, for me, Boom is probably one of those teams that can do it. They didn't do it last time. We'll see whether or not they kind of picked up that pace this time around. They do get their first hero very early on. The Ember Spirit does fly in. High priority for Boom. We have seen them play that hero a couple of times to great effect. So it's a safe bet for them. It wasn't banned out in that first phase. I think you have dealt with a couple of the heroes that would give it a hard time. The Nyx can kind of cause issues for that Ember, so just clearing that out does give a lot more leeway for Boom. Fnatic do respond with the Morphling. So already they go into that comfort pick Morphling. They've run this against Boom before. There's no Earthshaker to combine with that, as Fnatic actually has fallen back to that combination before, but no Shaker this time around. So they're going to have to look for something else to build off of it, but a very confident Morphling pick from them very early on. Of course, we do know how Fnatic can run it. It's just really strong on more than likely Savage.
Well, I'm not sure if Fnatic needs the Earthshaker anyway, John. But this isn't TNC, just in case you've confused the two. It's not TSC's classic combination. I'm sure Savage can figure something out. Still, there are ways to deal with the Morphling. Like, we did see recent changes in the patch. Of course, Spirit Vessel change. Some think it's a nerf. I personally think it's been buffed. It seems stronger to me. I think we'll see a lot more nerfs as time goes on to that particular item. But if you did manage to get a Vessel plus an Eye of Skadi, things get a little bit ridiculous. Now, Eye of Skadi is obviously a pretty expensive item, right? It's pretty late game orientated. But what I'm trying to say is there are ways to deal with this hero More so than there was before. Like before, it felt like it was kind of impossible if you didn't get some counter picks towards that Morphling. Forget about it. He's doing whatever he wants. You basically were forced to pick up something like an AA, something that could really make him suffer. Speaking of AA, here it is. What I'm saying is, if you did get Vessel into Eye of Skadi, it would also basically do the same thing.
Yeah, definitely. At this point, it's just a lot more to counterplay against that regen kind of meta we've seen for a while. They did kind of tone that down with 7.26A. Boom does jump into the AA. I think that's a very straightforward pick for them. It wasn't banned out. The Morphlings there. Might as well. This does mean they can mitigate the sustain of Savage very early on. As long as the AA hits a good timing in that level 6, you're not going to have too big of an issue. The Rubik will enjoy stealing a couple of spells. It's not the most game-changing set of spells to steal from the AA. Ice Blast is going to be the ideal one to take. But for the most part, AAs do stick so far back, you're probably not going to be stealing that spell anytime soon. I am more keen to see what exactly Boom does draft in. This is a kind of sign that they're kind of drafting in reaction to Fnatic. Again, I think Boom Esports is at their best when they draft what they actually want to play. I have no doubt they should be able to maximize that AA, but if they go along with this kind of mentality with their draft, Fnatic will have the edge. Even if you get all the counter picks, if you're not comfy with playing those heroes, then there's really no point to those picks.
It's very true. I think that's the only way Boom really takes this series out against Fnatic. I agree with you. I think don't even worry about going for pure counter picks. Just play what you want to play. Play what you're very confident with, and you may be able to beat. The best team in C right now, quite frankly, is probably Fnatic, right? They are probably the best team that SEA has right now. It's you've got to just be comfortable. You've just got to know what you're doing. And for now, it looks pretty good. You got the Ember, the AA, pretty standard into the Morphling. Shouldn't be too confusing to play. AA is a pretty simple character, if you ask me. Fnatic, however, third pick now. They started with the Morph Rubik. We are going to go into some reserve time for this third pick. Surprisingly enough, John, Fnatic did not first pick Techies, which I couldn't believe.
Don't tempt them. Don't tempt them to pick that up now. They could still pick it. They could last pick that Techies. No one in their right mind would ban it. So that's always going to be a possibility for Fnatic. If someone says that in the lobby, I know who to blame. I'm going to know who to blame. They're going to do it. You tell them don't pick Techies, they'll do it.
Funnily enough, it's a different admin this time as well. So the other admin who had to suffer through 2 Techies games isn't here today. Probably just avoided when he heard Fnatic was playing. They do go ahead and pick up the Clinks, John. This hero did also receive some buffs. I believe it's 10 extra damage per level of Searing Arrows now at the cost of 3 additional mana. But 10 damage for 3 mana, that's pretty good.
10 seconds
Definitely.
remaining.
It's a pretty fast hero to have as well. I think you can kind of
5
run it as a
seconds
fast hero.
remaining.
You can start fighting a bit early on. It can buy space for the Morphling. You would want to perhaps consider farming up a little bit more. You can be active, just not as effective as you'd expect. I think the combination to watch out for is Morphling with an Ags turning into the Clinks. Clink's own kit would make Morphling right-click like a madman. That's something to consider about for Boom. That's going to be terrifying if you do give Fnatic that space.
Right. That added attack speed that comes out is kind of ridiculous. I'm sure Fnatic will take complete advantage with this Clinks. We're not going to see something weird like a support Clinks, are we?
No, I
shouldn't.
don't
It
think
can't
so.
be.
I've had people talk about that before. They've tried to make it work. It only worked in pub very specifically and with very specific playstyles. I don't think that's going to be coming out here. It's a possibility that you could make work, but I think in this circumstance with a Rubik, you're probably not. Boom does go with a Clockwork. That does give them a great way to reach to the back, hunt down that Clinks. It gives you good lockdown for the Clinks. He's not innately mobile enough. Of course, gives you a really easy way to trap someone in for that AA Ice Blast. It doesn't do anything for the Void Spirit, though. So you absolutely lack control for the Void Spirit with these these picks from Boom, which do look to be shaping into support picks. You can kind of shift clock to core role and get something that could give you additional lockdown for the
10
Void Spirit.
seconds remaining.
But the core clock has been mixed in performance. It's not an
5
outright
seconds
lane winner,
remaining.
and we have seen that blow up in a couple of teams' faces already.
Yeah, I like the position 4 clock. The pos 3 clock, it just seems unnecessary. It really does. Like, they basically do the same thing. You know, I don't know if you need to take an offlane role and put a clock in it. You'd rather just see the pos 4 clock come out and just, you know, live with that. And I believe it is going to be a pos 4 clock because FBZ is usually the one who's left till the end for his pickup. They do go for the Ricky for now, so Boom Esports, a very powerful pick, and I'd argue it's actually pretty nice into the draft of Fnatic.
Yeah. It's a silence.
10
You're going to get a lot of value
seconds
from that. The Clinks itself is also not a very tanky hero. Doesn't have
5
natural
seconds
escape.
remaining.
Morphling struggles when it's silenced up. You would really like to see follow-up from that. I think Clockwork and Ricky are going to have to play together a lot. So you get the Cogs battery assault off, throw that smoke screen on top, and it will be a bit of a struggle for the heroes Fnatic has. Ideally, you'd catch more than one, but you will take what you can get with this kind of lineup. We have seen Rickies, though. They do take a fair bit of investment from the team. So Boom Esports will have to look to give enough space to that Ricky to get the farm it needs. They're going to have to protect it from that laning phase. It can be a bit rough, depending on the matchup. So that's something for Boom to watch out for. Is vulnerable to being bursted down. You
10
can easily
seconds
burst down the
remaining.
Clinks, but the Clinks can do the same thing to you if you're not.
True.
5 seconds remaining.
It isn't like last series, however, where like they don't really have a strong matchup up against the Ricky in lane. Like if we look back at last series and the last game we just watched, it was a Slaughter versus Ricky in the laning phase, and obviously, you know, there wasn't much the Ricky could have done in that matchup. This time around, I don't see much that they can do to slow down this Ricky in the laning phase. Unless you do put the Clinks up against him, that could be difficult, obviously. And that may be the case, by the way. It looks like they may actually opt to do that. But apart from that, I don't see anything else that's really going to slow down that Ricky from getting that early farm and XP and starting to rotate around the map and start making trouble. I guess only time will tell. I mean, yes?
That's really the key thing for Fnatic. You know, to make this game plan work, the biggest dent in it
team
would
pick.
be that Ricky, if it gets that good start. So you would probably want to lane the Clinks, as you mentioned, up against that Ricky. That's your best bet. Although, again, it's been a while since we've seen Clinks that the performance of that could be a bit middling. We'll find out exactly when it comes in. I'm really not too clear on the lane partnerships. Like, Clinks Rubik sounds potent enough, but at the same time, it's
10
also kind of
seconds remaining.
lightweight. I guess you could really apply to harass with Fade Bolt. That could be something
5
that plays a big
seconds
factor
remaining.
there. Ricky, again, not much HP. I'm just really keen to see Fnatic's last pick. I mean, as we mentioned, that could be a Clink support. It would be very odd to last pick your support. So maybe we're being thrown for left field here. A bit of a strange support pick for Fnatic. But
Fnatic
how often have they
turn to
last picked this? Not too often. I think only once or twice.
True. Battle Rider will be the last pickup from Boom Esports, and no matter how many nerfs this hero gets, it just seems to always be viable. Feels like Bat Rider's been nerfed like 8 years in a row now. I thought Earth Spirit nerfs were bad. This poor bastard, he just can't. They just can't stop making him worse. But still a very good hero. Just the kit itself is just so powerful.
Yeah, he still brings you a lot here. That is the additional lockdown that Boom Esports would need. So they will have a way to keep that Void Spirit or the Morphling in place. At the very least, they're going to have that tool on top of their Clockwork Ricky combination and the chains exposed from the Ember Spirit. This does tell us that Boom Esports could be looking to play fast. I think they'll have to. They don't want to give Savage space. We have seen what Savage can do on his Morphling, just comes online way too fast, is really active in the map. You don't want that possibility there. This is the kind of lineup that Boom Esports look comfy with. Yeah, I've seen them play all of these heroes once before. And I think as long as they play it to their style, this draft can definitely work out for them. You shut down the Morphling, you shut down that Void Spirit to a certain extent. The main focus has to be Morph. But you get that done and you're in a very good spot. We do see Fnatic last pick the Underlord, and it is going to be a support Flinks, I suppose. I mean, could be Underlord, but I think you will want him in the lane. So it's going to be the Clinks roaming around, which is actually pretty potent. So It's something I have seen theory crafted a lot in my circles, and they have run it to great effect. You do have a lot of precedence for that. We have seen it in a couple of pro games. You do have a lot of precedence for that. Just the physical damage you can pump out, and the scouting you can get in the jungle is pretty potent. So you have a lot of utility from that. We'll see how far Jabs can push it. He's a fantastic player, of course. I don't doubt that he's going to cause a massive nuisance for the side of Boom.
I mean, the thing is as well, like, you've got Ice on the Underlord. I was talking about no counters towards that Riki in lane, but that Underlord, he makes it tough to last hit. And if you do have Jabs there with him, it's going to be impossible. Like, Dreamercell is going to have the worst time of his life. And we'll switch over to the main game now, as people have had enough of looking at us. Only so much time you can bear with it. I love this draft from Fnatic, John. I do get very afraid for Boom Esports and all this, because it seems like at the very least your Riki is not going to be able to get anything.
No. It's going to be a super hard lane here for Dreamocell. He's going to have to somehow get a lot of space from his support, so we should see Kezcute really try to step it up, or Hyde try to get him some space. I think you will want the Ancient Apparition with Riki in this case, so you should see at least Kezcute try to cop the damage, try to cop the harass, but it's never going to be an easy time, especially if Jabs around. It's just not going to be a fun lane. But that's going to be the important thing for Boom. They need a Riki to come online, just like Fnatic needs their Morphling to come online, but Fnatic has a better answer for the laning of that. We'll see just how much Boom can push with the lineup. I do worry for Boom. We've seen those Rikis just fall so far behind in games. They try to get the farm up, they don't flash farm fast enough, and they just kind of get bursted down. So a lot is hanging on off the back of Dreamocell here.
Dreamocell, he's been performing very well over the last couple of days. We can give him that. It looks like he is already headed down towards that bot lane. So they are going to try and just outright avoid Ice, which is definitely the right play. Like, you can't just go into that lane and be like, yeah, we'll just put up with it. Like, you've got to avoid it the best you can. There'll probably be a lot of lane switching going on in these early stages, just to see if they can manage that lane matchup that they want. It's not like it really gets much easier anyway, because you do still have the Clinks down at the bot lane with the Morphling. So it looks like Jabs is going to be sitting that bot and just keeping support there for Savage. But you'd rather that the Underlord. The Underlord's just too much.
Definitely. And there is potency with what Boom has. I think you always will have to keep Hyde and FBZ together. So that's a laning combination that you just cannot go without, especially if you do get the early level in Cogs. You go up, trap someone with Cogs and Battery Assault, you delay the Napalm on, fly over with a Fire. That should be a relatively easy way to get that lane done. We'll see whether or not Hyde is going to walk away, because they might just invest in a tri-lane, although the synergy in this tri-lane isn't the strongest. Cogs does kind of play with the AA quite nicely. The EXP distribution is going to be a bit tighter here. Clock and AA do want to hit 6 fast. So it does look like Boom will stick to that tri-lane for now. And if they do maintain that, Kezcute and Hyde won't get the best times to those level 6.
I think FBZ will be okay at least up in the top lane, as Jab's going to get jumped on with the Cold Feet and the Battery Assault. He will get frozen, and that will be first blood. So even if you're not planning to run the tri-lane altogether, just getting that first blood on Jab's always going to feel nice for Hyde.
Definitely. Really good blocks coming out from Boom Esports there. Kezcute just managing to keep Jabs in, and that's something they can definitely exploit. Like, the Clinks is great in damage, can kind of dip in and out, but before like level 2, level 3, he's at a pretty weak point that you can bully hard with these two supports, and that's something that Boom has to maintain, because the moment Jabs sits in lane, throws out those searing arrows, Dreamocell is just gonna taking way too much damage.
Yeah, I mean, 30 damage at level 1. Hyde, he's going to try and break the gap here. He doesn't have Cogs yet, but they may have enough. Jabs, he is a very, very soft kind of support. Only 520 HP at level 1, and that's the second time the support Clinks does die. And you know what? If they keep this up, this tri-lane looks good.
Definitely. They are finding a lot of kills to build off of. The Riki is going to enjoy that. They aren't really stopping Savage, so that's a bit of a plus for Fnatic. Jabs is copying all the ganks, but Savage is allowed to kind of just farm up. So it's a bit of a trade-off. I think that's the best you can hope for when you do have a tri-lane. And as long as Savage doesn't overextend, you should be fine.
Oh, speaking of overextending, Savage has. And they know he doesn't have waveform, battery assault, and yeah, they find the kill. Hyde with his second kill of the game. But third kill for Boom Esports. I was about to say Boom ID, but they're not called that anymore. I mean, keep it up, right? Like, Dream Assault's farming fine. Savage is dying. God knows Jabs is dying.
This is exactly how you'd want to work this lane out. I think Fnatic should consider maybe switching out the cores, because Savage is just not going to have a good time. They do drag DJ down, so it's going to be a tri-lane on tri-lane, which should match the aggression, but you're going to be leaving a Batrider against the Underlord. It's going to be a farming lane for both sides. I think FBZ is going to be extremely happy with that result.
I think FBZ even comes out on top, right? Because you just spam sticky napalm. Underlord already has a terrible turn rate as it is, and you just keep doing it. Like, what can Ice do about this?
Not much. Like, the atrophy aura is annoying, but Batrider doesn't care for it. He really doesn't. He goes by a lot of amplification from the napalm and the fireflies to clear out waves. He can dip into the jungle much faster than the Underlord can. So there is that as well for that top lane. So it's going to be a static farming lane that will probably favor FBZ.
Of course, we haven't really looked at the mid lane. Makoto going on to Moon as we speak. The Ember versus Void Spirit, that's a lot of damage from Makoto, but not quite enough to finish him off. Moon will salve up, though. Jabs. Again going down. That's his third death of the game at 3.5 minutes. Still sitting at level 2 on the Clinks, and... You know...
They're bleeding out.
I mean, this is the thing, right? With the support Clinks, you can't afford to die that many times if you're going to pick a Clinks. Like, it needs to stay in lane and spam arrows.
Definitely. It needs to try to harass out the enemy laner. It hasn't paid off. Jabs does have level 2. Did opt for Death Pack instead. So, he is, he's going to have a lot more HP and damage out. It is a fairly long laning cooldown, though. Once you die, you lose the buff. So every single time he pops that spell and then dies with the buff on, that's just a lot of dead time in the lane.
DJ now going to get jumped on. KSQ with the slow, but they're not going to dive tier 1s. Jabs has returned to the lane once again, and he's going to go ahead and start spamming out those searing arrows one more time. Hyde just being so effective on the support clockwork. Kescute as well, by the way, already hitting that level 3 mark on the AA, and does go for the level 2 cold feet, which makes enough sense. He's getting so much value out of it right now.
Just
I didn't think I'd be saying this, but I didn't think I'd be saying this, but in terms of last hits, Savage and Dream Assault are even, though Hyde, he gets lifted up. Fnatic, they want to at least try and secure that bottom bounty rune, and they will get one for their trouble. Looks like FBZ does manage to swipe one away from Ice, which will make it a 2-for-2 bounty rune trade. And things will go on as per normal. Boom ID, or Boom Esports, excuse me, they do have a 1k net worth lead for now.
Yeah, they're not too far behind considering all the kills on the map so far. That's basically down to the fact that the farming rate for both sides are fairly even. You take a look at that last hit for it, the heroes are kind of lined up evenly. The only big outliers, Savage against Dreamocell. That's it. Everyone else pretty much dead even, I'd say, for the most part. So really tied up evenly on the farm despite all those kills. Neither side really having a huge advantage there. The key thing is that EXP is being starved out. That's about it. So all these early kills haven't quite amounted to anything serious just yet, although Ice is applying to FBZ, but that's not going to be enough. Yeah, trying.
It's a Batrider after all. He just sticky napalm, runs away. Firefly going to be popped. He doesn't want to take too much tier 1 tower damage with that Sage creep. Then Hyde actually going to rotate over, so they're going to make full use of it as Ice. He can't even get the Firestorm off, and Hyde... I mean, we're only 6.5 minutes in, but this is just such an effective support clock. Like, it's been so long since I've seen a clockwork be this effective this early.
And this is why both of us prefer that support clock. They just have so much utility to give in the map. They're not going to be needing to soak that lane EXP, and they don't tend to find great farmed lane if the opposing laners are competent anyway. So Hyde is maximizing this pick for Boom. He has found a lot of kills off the map. He's bounced out those lane matchups. 23 Savage loses Courier, so some items flying out are going to be delayed by a minute and a half. He's forced to kind of back off, but this lane for Savage is just so hard. We rarely see Savage get a really hard lane like this. He's still finding last hits, but he's playing on the edge and under a lot of pressure. And Boom is probably one of the few teams that can apply that. So as long as they maintain that pressure and ensure that Savage actually starts to fall behind, then you're going to see a really big return on this investment on the bot lane.
Well, it seems like Savage is just going to try and pick up the Tread's Morbid Mask and just go to the jungle for a bit after this laning phase. Like, there's not really much else he can do. Especially once Boom have those higher levels up. Like, look over to that AA. Kescute's sitting at 4. If they do give him the tomb for an early level 6, that will give a hell of a lot of kill potential on that Morphling though. Never mind that, FBZ going up in the top lane. Peter Malice going to hold him down, and Moon really setting up for a nice kill onto the Batrider. Now Hyde going to be in trouble, although Conk's pushback is going to deal a fair bit of damage. Hyde is just going to try and run away, but Jabs may try and sneak this kill anyway. You have got Cogs up again. Tranquil's active, and Jabs won't even try for it. So Moon, he didn't have Astral Step anyway, so won't bother. In fact, Hyde, is he going back in? Moon will TP. Hyde won't get in there to cancel, and ultimately it just ends up in a Batrider kill.
Still pretty big
lane
for Fnatic.
DJ getting taken out by Makoto. He does Fairy Fire up. Makoto does have the damage with the Flame Guard. And that's going to make it a 1-6 now.
Still fairly even in terms of net worth. 1k advantage for Boom. Not too unexpected considering how many kills they have. You do want to see a bit of a wider lead there. I think you want to mount that more. Mikado under his spot.
Nice Remnant bait. That's one of the things with the Ember, right? You throw a Remnant one way, you run the other way. And, like, what's the enemy going to do? Just sit there and just guess. Guess which one it could be.
They do rotate FBZ down bots. We want to try to start burning out Savage. They have paused the Rookie up top. This is going to pit Primo Cell up against Ice Ice Ice. He doesn't enjoy laning against the Underlord as much as the Bat would. So this is a bit of a strange mix-up, but I guess they want to lay it onto Savage a bit more.
Well, Ice 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 only went for 1 level in Atrophy Aura as well, by the way.
Oh, lasso onto Savage.
Not going to be enough. FBZ. Maybe with Hyde, he will have enough. Savage, how do you get out of this? He already waved for him. Oh boy. That's going to be another kill. Boom. Just really giving it to the side of Fnatic in this early game as Makoto now. Going to say hello to Ice Ice Ice, and Ice 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 immediately just going to pop the Dark Rift. It's very important for Fnatic to just make sure they get at least one of those outposts, as Boom Esports had found the other one. Ultimately, it looks like Boom will be able to get more bounty runes anyway, so they get a little bit of an advantage there. Net worth lead, though, is still remaining at 1k, so it's not like Boom Esports have really, gone above and beyond in terms of net worth yet. They are still sitting pretty stable with Fnatic.
Yeah. It's still fairly even in that sense. All these kills really haven't stopped the other cores from finding that laning farm. You took a look at Savage. He died 2 times. He's still number 2 in net worth, 3.9k, just about 300 behind Mikado's Ember Spirit. So you see, he's still in a fantastic spot here. You would like to see Boom kind of step it up. I'd like keep targeting the guy. They send out the AA ult, doesn't hit. Savage is going to be perfectly fine to keep shoving that top tier 1, which is fairly low already. He might even just take it.
He get jumped on here by Makoto mid lane. Chains do latch, but it's only level 1. And Makoto, he won't bother any of the more though. Top lane Hyde, he hooks in and he does find the support. Clinks, Jabs, gonna die. FBZ, however, gets a lasso onto Savage once again. He's already strength morphing and does have waveform, but Kescute, he'll have his ultimate up in 5 seconds. Could be a very dangerous situation as the Riki is not done. He moves forward again. Savage, he's stuck in the tree line right now. Ice Blast flying through. It's not even necessary. Dreamer Cell on a killing spree on the Riki, and it's a 1-9.
It's a 1-9, yet somehow the network lead isn't wide enough. It just feels like Fnatic, when they know they're going to lose a hero, they just farm up elsewhere. The other cores know that they're going to have a bit of a free time. And Boom has kind of sacrificed some of that laning farm from this aggression. So they are still winning out. Sure, 1-9. 1k advantage is the Boom. You want them to widen that, because as long as it's even, Fnatic's still going to be very comfy. They know they're going to take a little bit more time with 23 Savage. They know that Morphling is going to take a lot more time investment. But if they're not behind, then they're really just not worried. It's their game to take slow.
Wise, he does manage to find the bot tier 1 tower, so there's that. The mid lane Moon, he cops an Ice Blast from Makoto. Makoto, do you really want to dive this? He definitely has the potential to kill when Sleight of Fist does land. He just needs to throw that Remnant in, but he doesn't want to dive that deep. He'll leave Moon be. And so if there's anything going well for Fnatic, they are taking down objectives. That's going to be their second tier 1 tower going down up at the top lane, and meanwhile, in the mid lane, Boom, they just want to keep fighting. They don't care about objectives. It's FBZ. Going to have to run away from that skeleton army. And Fnatic, they will successfully defend the mid lane. And ultimately, forgetting about those kills, Fnatic, they're kind of finding more.
Yeah. They're just taking out those objectives, allowing them some leeway to farm up, so it's a bit harder for Boom to really exert control on the map right now. They do still hold on to their tier 1 mid. That's going to be very pivotal for Boom to keep this aggression up. You finally see a smoke coming out from Fnatic as well, so it's their turn to perhaps try hunting something out. It is just Moon and DJ, but that could be enough on the right target.
Yeah, the Void Spirit just dishes out so much damage so quickly. And Dream Missile would be a lovely one. They dust him up. He's not exactly the tankiest target, and they cogs him in. Dream Missile, he would tricks the trade out using those stick charges, but should still be dead. However, he blinks to the neutrals, but he can't get the deny. Still, while that was happening, Savage ends up dying. Moon with the one to get that pick off, and now they found another Ice. He gets caught by the lasso. Great Pit of Malice, but there's nothing to follow up with. And Fnatic, they found an important kill, but they lost 2 very important kills on their own team.
I'm sure Boom is going to be happier with that trade than Fnatic is. They lost their 2 cores. They did find a Riki. That's great. But you lost your Morphling. That's a really the hero you want to save, and that's going to cost them a bit.
Nice chains out from Makoto. Ice Blast as well, going to fly in. We'll connect onto Jabs, and Jabs is getting low, though Makoto can't really afford to finish that work off. That is an unfortunate position to put your Remnant as well, right in front of the 8th Remnant of Moon, but it does eventually wear off. Both teams going to back off for a bit, apart from Makoto and Moon, who are just going to man up in the mid lane.
Yeah, just a little bit more fighting around, but Boom does split up to eventually go back to farming. You take a look at Dreamocell, just about to finish up that Fusel in a bit, like 1,100 gold away from getting that full item up. Once that's up, he's going to have a lot more damage to tear through that backline. It does feel somewhat lacking when his teammates aren't around, so they're just waiting for that to be up and running. You do see Mikado actually prioritize the Spirit Vessel in this game, so they want to slow down that regen, that durability that Fnatic naturally has. You see Ice is going to be a major factor in contributing to that, so just taking away some of the utility that you're seeing there, taking away some of that durability on Savage, will make it easier to find these targets, and it's already up and running with Kato, so they do look to try to find an early kill.
Yeah, now you've got that aura up, you still have the active as well, which is always nice. They'll claim the tier 1 bottom tower. They did have a siege creep after all, so it does definitely help as mid lane. FBZ gonna find Jabs on the Tinks again. They don't even need the lasso, they will just clumsy net. That'll be enough.
Yeah, it's not the biggest loss for Fnatic. They should know to pull back now. I mean, Boom is just continuously moving forward. There's no opportunity for them to counterfight just yet from Fnatic. They're just gonna have to accept that Boom is gonna run them down, find a pick-off. They just need to mitigate their losses here, Fnatic, and focus on ensuring that their cores are finding farm, which they are. Savage is starting to drop off a bit, gap between him and the Ember Spirit is starting to widen, but it's not to the point where you're kind of worried, although Boom is at a 2k lead. It's starting to get bigger.
And they're looking for more. Makoto going to start moving forward again. Looks like they are going to head down towards that bot lane where they will find Moon on the Void Spirit. How do they jump in though? You need Hyde, and Hyde hook shot, but it does not connect on Moon. Still, chains Makoto, no, he doesn't land them. And this could be bad for Boom, as Moon will chase after Hyde. Can they at least find the Clockwork kill? They should be able to. Like, he'll have cogs in 5, but... Well, actually, Makoto's coming back in. He wants to delay this, and yeah, Chains comes out. He locks him in. Skeleton Army will be there onto Hyde, and Hyde will eventually go down. Now Makoto, he may have overstayed his welcome, but he does manage to find the Remnant before he does take too much damage. And you know what? That Clockwork goes down, but Dreamer Soul, he finds a mid-tier 1 tower. In fact, Makoto ends up killing Jabs.
Ah.
And now Ice. And Lasso, they just... Alright. Fair enough.
Fnatic pouring in one by one for that mid defense. Being punished by being out of position. They gave a lot of kills away that they shouldn't have in that case. And that does widen Boom's lead to a good sturdy 3k. This is the point where you can say definitely Boom is ahead. They've managed to find some good towers. They're finding kills. They're going again.
Oh, Moon. He tried to TB, but Hyde was there with the hook shot, and Makoto gave vision. With that, Moon, Astral Steps, Hyde. You don't even need Hyde. Makoto finishes off with the Sleight of Fist. And you know what? This is the Boom esports that needed to show up today, right? They're not playing the farm game with Fnatic. They're not trying to keep up in gold. They just want to run at you. They want to try and break the game of Dota. Right? Don't make it comfortable for Fnatic. Don't let them play their game.
Like Savage right now. Could be troublesome.
Could be. I mean, they have 3 heroes there, but they're afraid of this position 4 clock, who just keeps going at them. They are coming as well. Makoto is right behind him, though. He should get blown up fairly quick, and Hyde does go down. They do get a nice support clock pick off. The thing is with that clock dying, like, you look across the map and everyone else on Boom is basically farming. Like, they're fine with this. You know, sometimes with these support pickoffs that teams get, the support's giving so much vision and information to the other cores in the team that it doesn't really matter if they die.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't. They have to blow a lot of spells to find those kills. That does allow Boom to keep going. Like, they find DJ now.
Lasso, gonna be there. DJ, gonna be a nice, easy Rubik pick. And, oh, the Ricky, I don't know about this one. Dreamer Soul trying to go in by himself up against Jabs and Moon. He is going to be able to blink out of there, but they are continuing the chase. He does blink the other way, but Savage is there. And Dreamer Soul may have gotten a little bit overly confident, assuming Moon was just by himself. That was not the case.
Yeah, that is a bit strange of a movement from Dreamer Soul, especially as the rest of his team was kind of trying to chase down Ice, who does manage to get the Dark Rift off. The Sori is quick-chatted, so he knows he kind of screwed up there. Still, Boom is at a 4k lead, although you see Savage pretty much tied up with that. He's still finding farm on the Morphling. The rest of his team is getting a bit of a hit in that word, but the key hero here, the Morphling, is finding that farm. You do have to wonder from Boom, are they doing enough to keep that Morphling in check? Do they have enough? They've got that Spirit Vessel. We haven't seen them land the Ice Blast from Kezcute all too often. But it does feel like Savage is still finding a bit too much from having all these kills, right? I think Fnatic is going to be perfectly happy with these kinds of trades as long as Savage is farming up, and he certainly is. He's 1 to 4, but number 2 in net worth. So all those early kills really hasn't mattered.
Yeah, he's a last hitting machine, Savage is. He just hits creeps. That's his job, and he does it very, very well. Boom, they're gonna smoke up as 3 now, and they may have their smoke broken. Jabs, he was there to break it and hide. He has a dust in the backpack. He's gonna run up to give vision again. Aether not gonna be there, but Makoto gonna try and follow up, and they blow him up straight away. But the Ice Blast, it does connect onto Savage. It could be huge if they do manage to find the Morphling, but Savage is trying to fight back. Makoto, Remnants forward, Savage, he does die. And Ice 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 now needs to make a run for it. Dark Rift is on cooldown for 5 seconds. He will not have time to use it, and now DJ, he'll be the next target on the Riki. Dreamer Cell will take care of that. They want to go after Moon on the Void Spirit. That's the much bigger target, and the chains is there from Makoto. Do you have Lasso? Yes, they do. They waited that whole time for this moment, and they will find a 5th. It's going to be a full team wipe for Boom Esports, and my god. They're finding everything.
They definitely are. They're just maximizing that long-range initiation they can get, all the control they have on hand.
Radiant's middle
What?
tower is under
Okay. What? 22-minute GG call from Fnatic. They're only 6k behind, but I guess they just want to reset. You know, they gave a bit too much. The aggression from Boom was looking good. They did have an answer Morphling in that AA really early Spirit Vessel. I can see the logic from that, but it is a really quick call from Fnatic.
I'd agree. I could see where they... I mean, I think we can both see where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Like, because they just had the counters. Like, the AA Spirit Vessel, Makoto was on fire. Hyde was just... Again, one of the better position 4 clocks I've seen in a very long time. Like, people again could make the argument like, oh, but he died in silly places a couple times. But he's giving so much...
Fine.
So much knowledge to his team, so much information. And Boom Esports, John, against all odds, nobody would have predicted this. But they do take game 1 up against Fnatic. I wonder, what are the odds that they could 2-0 Fnatic? What are you thinking?
I think if Fnatic draft this way in game number 2, and if Boom plays on point, because there are moments where they kind of play the slow game. As long as Boom plays this fast, as they love and as they know, then they can certainly take it. Fnatic, they've got to be careful with their drafts. They were having that unfavorable matchup from minute 0. Boom just constantly having the cards there to get the matchup
5 seconds.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for the second game between Fnatic and Boom Esports. It is MLP Dota and John X Fired. John, game number one. I don't know what to say. They destroyed them. It wasn't even close. Complete annihilation by Boom Esports. Everyone played very, very well. What are Fnatic doing wrong? This is the best team in this tournament so far, just based off the group stage. I wasn't expecting that.
No, I don't think any of us was expecting Fnatic to tap out by 22 minutes. They weren't even that far behind, but it was down to the draft. They picked that Morphling way early on. They did not ban the Ancient Apparition in the first phase. Got picked up by Boom. No problems there. If they want to go into that Morphling, I think they're going to have to accept that Boom does know how to play around it. They know how to punish it. They know how to run the AA against it. There was a lot of activity on the map Boom was bringing that Fnatic weren't ready to match up. They ended up having to lane their Underlord against the Batrider. Hyde was way too active on the map as the clock jabs did not have the impact you'd expect he would have with a support Plinks. So a lot of factors came into play there for Fnatic. I think they're going to really shake up their draft for game number two. Perhaps go to something they're a bit more comfy with instead of jumping into that Plinks, which can work, but does take a very specific playstyle. I would like to see their draft change to reflect what they had happen to them in game number one.
Can we talk about the bans though? Like for a second, Fnatic they've left the Ember for now. The Clockwork's still there if Boom wanted to run it again. But the Ember, I don't think it's safe to give Makoto that Ember. It really doesn't feel very safe.
Definitely not. It's one of his best heroes. He just has a fantastic time on it. Yeah, they do ban it out, but that leaves the Storm Spirit if they want to go for it as well. And Boom has run that Storm before. Probably not a first pick, but it's still such a solid pick for them down the line. They do open up with a Phoenix. We have seen so much Phoenix coming out. It did receive some adjust, if I recall right, but I think overall, you're still getting a lot of value from that hero. It just gives you so much sustain, so much damage in that laning phase that you really can't not find value. Works well in those team fights. I think Boom is the kind of team that will play around that cooldown quite nicely. So that's something that Fnatic has always tracked. They've always got to track when the egg's been expended, when the eggs can be up, can they take a fight in that downtime, and all of those other factors come into play here with this really nice first pick up for Boom.
Yeah, PSA, by the way, about the Phoenix. A lot of people have been saying Phoenix got nerfed. I believe Phoenix got buffed. So the whole change with the Aghanim Scepter, now you can't use Sunray with Egg if you get Ags. It only gives you the bonus hit count, and you can obviously put your allies in the Egg. But they gave Phoenix the level 20 talent to do the same thing, to Sunray through the Egg. That, to me, that's a buff. Like, now you've got that added value. If you can't afford the Ags, you still get this amazing talent of Sunray through Egg, which is completely broken, by the way. And people were making the argument, but you might want to choose the Icarus dive range. Since when? Since when do you care about the Icarus dive range? Who cares? Like, it's such a clunky ability as it is. Why would you want it to be even clunkier by getting that crazy range going?
Yeah. I think overall that Phoenix does get a lot more. As you mentioned, I do think the switch out from the Supernova stun can kind of hurt. Like, at that point, if you already did have the Ags, let's say by your level 20 you already had the Ags, you would like a longer stun if your egg went off. So there is something lost there, but in terms of the Sunray, I don't think it's as big of a deal. I think Phoenix is still perfectly viable. His laning presence is still great. Team fight presence is great. Fnatic does have a pretty good response to that. Troll Warlord is one of those heroes that really doesn't care for the attack speed slow. They can just run up to that egg in case it does go off, kind of burst it down. You have the Oracle to keep that troll alive as well. So a lot of ways for Fnatic to deal with that combination already. Boom does go into the Void Spirit. So they've got really great ways of reaching that backline. They're going to have to find that Oracle every single time before this fight breaks out. We know how much the Oracle can bring in terms of sustain for a team. So that's something Boom has to prioritize when these fights do break out.
Sure. I like the draft opening from Fnatic this time around. The Oracle Troll Warlord. Pretty standard combination, right? You got Battle Trance and False Promise. It's a really strong opening from Fnatic. Much easier to execute than something like a Morphling and whatever else combination you want. Boom Esports, Void Spirit Phoenix, very, very potent itself. And we do have a couple more bans before we go on. The Nature's Prophet will be removed from Boom Esports. They don't want any of those shenanigans. As of course, Prophet does work very well up against the Phoenix. Just being able to get really right in the back and just focus down that egg and offers you some fantastic push potential. Fnatic, however, 5th ban for them. Where are we going? What do you want to get rid of?
5 seconds remaining. Fanatics.
Okay, they don't want the AA. Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, that just undoes a lot of what the Oracle would give. It would also give the Death Prophet a hard time, so I do understand this ban out from Fnatic. We did see KezQ run it pretty effectively. Even just the threat of the Ice Blast was enough to really stave off Fnatic from taking any offensives. I do like that DP pickup that is allowed by that ban out of the AA. It does give them a push timer to play with. So you have the Troll who can melt towers. You've got the DP who can melt towers as well. Once you hit that level 6, it's not going to lose lane, no matter what the matchup will be. In this case, more than likely going to be the Void Spirit, unless Boom does shift that out to a different role. But you have a lot of ways of running that mid lane. You have great sustain. You have great push. You have the Oracle to keep either of these heroes alive. It is looking fairly solid for Fnatic. Boom, I would like to see them pick up something that comes online fast. Like the Void Spirit does do that, but you want to see that trend in their safe laner and off laner as well. Just try to go for that aggressive kind of playstyle they were pushing earlier on. Go for something that doesn't need to wait around like a troll to farm up. They go with a Pangolier. That goes online fast. So they've got great team fight with a Phoenix and Pango. I would have to say there isn't really the best of control here, but it doesn't seem to be as much of an issue, mainly because there's really nothing high mobility from Fnatic anyway. So all you really have to worry about is bursting someone down or stopping a TP, but nothing instantaneous. You would still want to see perhaps a next pick to have a way to at least cancel off those TPs. We have seen a lot of teams struggle with that cheap item in some cases, so that's something Boom has a few holes in.
The Pango and Phoenix combo is really nice though, right? Like, you commit the egg, Rolling Thunder, they can't even get close. And even if you didn't have Rolling Thunder, Swashbuckle with Lucky Shot. You just disarm them, they can't hit it anyway. Like, it's such a disruptive combo coming out from Boom. Though I must admit, if they're going to put the Void Spirit up against the DP mid, that does concern me a little bit. If you are a Boom Esports fan, it just doesn't seem to be a lane matchup that really suits the Void Spirit. And to make matters worse now, you have a Tiny. So if you get some nice rotations early on prior to that 6 mark, that Tiny is easily going to be able to set up kills on the Void mid.
I like that pickup from Fnatic. I think that's going to be the DJ hero more than likely. So a lot of activity you should expect from that Tiny. They really need to kind of pick up the pace. Boom will want to run active very early on. The Tiny will allow Fnatic to do that exact same thing. Just really easy to find an effective rotation here with that hero. So I think it's a solid pickup. It does give you a lot of potential down mid. As you mentioned, just rotate down mid. The DP has enough damage. You're going to provide the additional control. There's not much the Void Spirit can do if you do catch him out in that position. Boom does dip into the Phantom Assassin for themselves. This one is a bit worrying for a lot of reasons. You're picking it into the Oracle, which can be a bit iffy. They have a free disarm to stop that PA from getting the right clicks off. You have burst damage from the Tiny. You have a silence from the DP. A lot of ways to fight that PA from Boom. I'm just wondering how much value can they really get from that hero when Fnatic does have a bit of an answer in their draft already.
Not sure. We're gonna only time will tell. John, I forgot to mention, by the way, I did message you about this, but there was a bit of a fun little banter coming out from Boom Esports on Twitter just before the first game started. TNC wished both Fnatic and Boom Esports luck in this series. Before the first game started, of course, Boom Esports did say, "We'll see you in the next round," to TNC. So they did predict their own victory in this series going in to the series just before game 1 started, and man, they're looking good. Fnatic, you would have seen that, John. Maybe it shook them up a little bit. You know, maybe the trash talk kind of affected them a little bit. Definitely not. Obviously, I'm joking here, but it's it'll be interesting. I love the confidence from this side, and you know, I question the PA. I question the draft from Boom a little bit, but if they can repeat that game 1 performance, how can I? How can I doubt them?
Team pick.
Yeah, that's the key thing. If you do see DreamOCell take off really fast, then that's going to be a different situation, especially if they ignore that Battle Fury build, go for something like the Fast Desolator, maybe Basher next or BKB. You're going to have a very hard time in keeping that PA on a lid. The key thing for Fnatic is to ensure that the biggest target will definitely be that PA. You see Boom now closing out their draft with the Shadow Demon. They've got a great purge, great control, great laning presence. You do have some ways of perhaps getting decent control off onto Fnatic. At least you have a way of stopping those TPs in the laning phase without having to expend an ult. So you do have that now as well. It is a really aggressive draft from Boom. I think this comes online just from the laning phase. They're going to be trying to do what they did in game 1. You know, just always run them down, always force a response out from Fnatic, apply tons of pressure onto Savage, and ensure he just doesn't find the farm on his hero.
There it is. The Timbersaw comes out. Fnatic, that's how they're going to finish. There's no real hard counters towards the Timber as it stands right now. You could make the argument there's Shadow Demon, right? Like the Purge and Disruption's never nice, but overall it's an Ice special, and I think this should be a generally free Timbersaw game.
Yeah, there's not the best counters here from Boom. They certainly don't have the control for that here beyond the Shadow Demon. So Ice will have great ways of going in and out. He will be able to burst down DreamOCell quite nicely. That's a hero the PA doesn't tend to enjoy jumping into, and Ice can definitely close that gap no problem. So I do like that closer from Fnatic. I think they will have to play around the window where there's no BKB on DreamOCell. That's going to be their moment to shine, and that's when they really need to aim to apply their own. So buy space for Savage's troll, shut down DreamOCell before the BKB comes out, and start to really apply pressure on the map. That's going to be the key thing for Fnatic. With the Timbersaw, I think that does make this job a little bit easier to do. They will have to watch out for potential team fights from Boom, especially around that Phoenix Egg once Kezcute does hit level 6. So that's all the factors that Fnatic have to kind of keep in mind with this draft.
Well, we'll get into it, John. Game number 2. Fnatic definitely need to pull off this victory. Otherwise, they are going down to the lower bracket. Boom Esports would love a 2-0.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely love it.
Definitely. I mean, you don't want to risk it into a game 3. They had a fantastic start already. Fantastic, very quick game coming out from Boom, driving Fnatic to the corner there. So they would want to keep up that pace. They're the ones in high spirits. They're the ones with momentum under their belt. They'd want to keep that going. And Fnatic is on a bit of a back foot. You know, they've got a better draft than game 1 for sure. They're not like picking up Morphling into the AA. They have a lot more options here. I think giving Ice his Timbersaw is going to allow him to really shine. Like he plays a pretty solid Underlord, but I think ever since we've been casting them like for the past year or 2 years, every time we see a team pick Ice, the Underlord, it just doesn't feel like the kind of hero he enjoys. It's not trolly enough.
Right. He's dead?
Yeah. Just resets under the tower and immediate disconnect for the lap.
Every time you die like that, you've got to disconnect. Got to just pretend there was a bit of lag going on. There we go. Bit bit unfortunate of a pause time as well, because you've got KezQ kind of rotating here onto Ice up at the top lane with Dreamer Cell. Not like they're really going to kill him off, but you'd love to get as much damage out as possible. Ice should preemptively just run. He already is anyway, but never know what could happen if we didn't have to go through this pause.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had a pause. You do tend to see a bit more in Southeast Asia, but the internet has been good for the most part for the past few days on the series. So, you know, this is well, not too unfortunate. Yeah, you already lost. You already lost. So, not the biggest deal. It's gonna be dancing around those runes after, and a bit of a wait. Patience must be tested every now and again. Southeast Asia teaches you to be a patient person.
Oh, if BC gives the go-ahead, we'll just wait on Fnatic. They are going to chase him down, but they're not really going to get too much out of it. They'll just force Ice back towards that mid lane a little bit. Not too big of a deal. He's going to try and come back up. See if he can take the banner away from KezQ. But, oh, well, now with DJ there, KezQ could be in trouble. Yeah, they'll be able to secure. Looks like a 2-for-2 trade. They do get the other one down at the bot lane for Boom. In terms of lanes, FBZ, of course, is going to be in the off lane as that Pango, and he'll have the support of Hyde on the Shadow Demon. They'll be up against Jabs on the Oracle, and we do also have 23 Savage there on the Troll Warlord. You'd make the argument this should be an easier lane for Savage.
It should be easier. It really hangs on the fact of how far can you really push that swashbuckle. You get those lucky shots off, you are going to be slowing the farm down of that Troll, and DJ's copying so much in exchange from KezQ.
That's the problem with the Phoenix, right? Like, you're a Tiny with a crazy slow attack speed already, and then Fire Spirits make it so much slower. A DJ, he'll survive. You need Fire Spirits to really finish this job off, or maybe not. Dream Assault wasn't in range for the dagger, couldn't slow him down, and that'll be the end of that. DJ doesn't have any regen, so may have to just go back all the way to the fountain, but KezQ's continuing the chase. He wants the kill. Fire Spirit's up in 2, but it's not going to be quick enough, and he does get a salve from his courier. KezQ would have loved to get the cancel off on that, but he won't try with the spirits.
Yeah, that pull does cost him a bit. A few of the creeps weren't really killed off with any hero around, so they do miss out on a bit of EXP. I'm not sure if Boom's really going to be upset about that.
I don't think the Phoenix will. Dream Assault, he's been going perfectly fine. KezQ, I mean, sure, it's a Phoenix. You want the XP as best you can, but at the very least with this hero, you do have that catch-up potential with Fire Spirits. Like, you can just rotate through a jungle and clear the camps out fairly easily. DJ just going to be as disruptive as possible, but he doesn't really block the stack. Doesn't really mind too much. I'm sure he just wants to make sure there's no pull going on here from KezQ.
Yeah, it does take a while for Ice to start applying that pressure on the Timber Saw. That's something we see with his hero. You do need maybe level 3, level 4 to start being a complete menace. Doesn't quite have all the tools he needs to really just stand there.
Well, you can do that. Dream Assault blinks away, but he's so close. Ice has Whirling Death and gets the kill. With a hero like Tiny, when you have Avalanche Toss, you get one Whirling Death off, and those stats, they really matter.
Definitely. It looked a bit weird from Boom. They went in to play aggressive as well, while not knowing where DJ was, but they knew he was in that side of the jungle.
Well, now Hyde goes down to the bot lane. So they also end up finding the Shadow Demon. It's going to be a 3-0 already for Fnatic. 1k net worth lead, and it's almost like a mirror match of what we saw last game. They are not willing to give that early game advantage away to a team like Boom Esports, who can really capitalize off that. This looks more like the old Fnatic already.
Definitely. It's a much better showing in the initial starter of this match. They do have a bit of a lead. I wouldn't say this is significant just yet. I think the last hits on the board are fairly evenly matched up. The biggest difference is Dreamocel's performance up against Savage. Savage is definitely having a much freer lane, and this is going to allow him to hit a better timing on his itemization. We saw him kind of struggle on the Morphling last time, this time on the Troll. Really not feeling that pressure as much. He has great sustain from jabs, and Boom has just not been able to really lay it onto him as they did in Game 1. FBZ and High just kind of focusing on finding their own farm.
Everything going very well for Fnatic. In fact, top 3 last hits right now on the board are all Fnatic. They are just essentially for now winning every single lane. Ice unwilling to back off here for those neutral creeps, and he doesn't really need to. Like, you've got Fire Spirits on Kescube, but they're only level 2. While the damage is nice, it's not that high.
It's you have lost the point where you can bully the Timbersaw out. At level 4, he's just going to be able to stand his ground, trade whatever he wants, start to find his own farm, and that can give DJ a little bit more space to just start stacking up the jungle or get a rotation down, although there hasn't really been a big need to. Like that mid lane matchup of Mikado up against Moon. Moon has certainly just drawn away. A lot more sustain and damage to fly out from him.
Bot lane. Jump there onto jabs. This should be a kill, although nice fortunes end onto 3, but it will not matter. Boom do pick up their first kill of the game on the position 5 Oracle. It did end up costing them at least a rotation there from Makoto. Looks like Makoto is struggling in that mid lane, by the way. Like, Moon's already hit 6, where Makoto is still sitting at 5. It's just hard, right? Because he can't actually get close to the creeps to CS with that Spirit Siphon. It's just not a back.
It's not a favorable lane for the Void Spirit. Moon has gotten a lot more. Doesn't quite invest in this Exorcism just yet, trying to see whether or not he can get a tower push going, or if he should just go greedy to try to clear out these creeps. And it doesn't matter, right? Mikado just does not have the presence you'd want the Void Spirit to have. He's forced to really start walking around. You see, yeah, Moon just really take over this lane without too much rotations as well.
Remicel TPing back towards his top tier 2 tower, and it's looking very rough for this PA. It looks like he may try and just go to the jungle for a bit. Not exactly what you want as a level 5 PA. In fact, he's moving mid. Are they going to try after Moon? Makoto has hit 6 they could, but Hyde also rotates in, but where's the disruption? He's not in range, and that rotation completely wasted.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's a strange movement from Boom. You would understand the Shadow Demon walking down, but Dreamocell, it's a bit early. He doesn't even have his level 6 to really find those kills. Really aggressive movement for Boom to try to find something. They might at least find Moon in the end.
They should. He does get Spirit Siphon off onto Makoto. We'll throw another one onto Dreamerson. He's just healing up through it. Now the rotation's coming from jabs. Fortune's End will lock in the Phoenix, but Moon, he wants to turn around and go for somebody else. He doesn't get anyone, but at the same time, Boom cannot kill this Death Prophet.
They definitely can't. They've got a good amount of levels onto Moon. Does have that Spirit Siphon finally maxed out. Again, just kind of confused as to why Dreamocell had to do that. Like, the lane against the Timbersaw is not easy, sure. But you'd expect to at least farm the jungle instead of being pressured to do this rotation. And this is really going to impact that progression for the PA. Already a bit of a slow start for Dreamocell. Gonna get even slower. 2.2k net worth so far, in big contrast to Savage at 3.4.
BZ struggling at the bot lane as the Pengo is forced to back off towards his tier 1, and You know, speaking of the Pangolier, that is some really, really unfortunate farm for him. 1.8k net worth on FBZ right now, and it's not very rare you see FBZ that low in terms of gold.
Definitely. He tends to at least draw even on his offlane, but this time around it's just been way too much. I think the sustain that jabs have been giving on that Oracle and the damage he's been pumping out, it's just been a bit too much for that duo. So it is a much slower start for Boom. They're going to have to try to secure themselves some jungle farm, especially for Dreamo Cell. I don't think he's going to be able to hold a lane unless you do throw supports to help him out. It's not an easy task for a PA.
It's just getting from bad to worse. Savage now, he's going to rotate up top. They could theoretically set up a tier 2 push already, and Ice, he's just checking the back lines, making sure nobody's around. Savage at level 7 wants to start forcing in a tier 2 top. This is without the DP there. They just feel that confident they could do it. And while they're doing that, Moon could always just force in the tier 1 mid. Like, you can't defend both.
Definitely can. And Boom is kind of stretched in. We're not seeing them go into that team fight mode yet because Kezcute still has to hit level 6. And even FBZ still right at the precipice of getting that next level. Not quite there. Moon does pop the extra set to go for that tier 1 now.
Well, he'll get the 6 on the Pango now, but I don't know if you can fight into this. Ice frontlining at level 8. FBZ thinking about it, but does cancel. Kezcute is still level 4 on the Phoenix. The chances are he can't do anything either. They don't want to sack the lane. They want to try and defend the best they can. I just don't think there's a choice here. They have to leave. Instead, they will go ahead and chase DJ down. It's the only kill they could probably afford to take, and they will be able to pick it up. Hide on the Shadow Demon, the one to take it for himself. But the mid tier 1 is gone.
I'd say Fnatic definitely happy with that trade. They trade away a support for the mid tier 1, so much more control onto the map. This does allow them to basically take complete control of that top jungle. And boom, they find that trade, but they're 3k behind, they're losing map control. Their PA still needs to start working on the Desolator, just finished Power Tread. And you need to somehow give Kezcute EXP.
It's rough. We have hit that 10-minute mark. Who took the 2?
It's flying out. Perhaps onto Kezcute now?
Oh, Ice top lane. Diving a tier 3 tower, gets hide on the Shadow Demon, now thinks about going after FBZ. There's just nobody that can kill him. He's just having a free game on this Timbersaw. They are still thinking about pushing that top tier 2.
I mean, they can constantly just apply pressure there and force the rotations from Boom. That's already enough damage to the economy of Boom. Because they can't just go to the side lanes where it's free to farm up. They need to keep a constant eye on this top lane for Ice shoving it out. I mean, the Timber itself isn't going to get that push done, but the creeps will slowly whittle away at it, and that does deserve a response. So Boom is just forced to play into Fnatic's game plan every single time this time around in Game 2.
Now, the PA getting caught out. Dreamer Soul really has no way out of this, I don't think. No TPs coming in. He is going to die. And top lane? Well, they're going after Ice, but can they actually take him out? He's so tanky. They try. He just turns now with Whirling Death. This could be dangerous to keep going after this. And Ice, he walks away.
Just no damage. They just don't have damage on their heroes right now to melt that tanky Timbersaw. And Ice doesn't even have any tank items on him yet. No Hood of Defiance, no Vanguard up. He's just a Timbersaw, and Boom is just so far behind that they have no solution. Even Mikado's damage is lacking for that tanky hero. That's definitely not the target they can clear out now.
Mikado?
Come back and die again.
Trying to get Savage, but Savage is just giving it to him every time he makes a mistake, and the mental warfare has begun between these two as Kezcute gonna get run into now. He is just about to hit 6 as well. Just needs one tick of XP. He will not get it. And Hyde, he'll be able to run away, but I mean, this could be another very early GG call the way this is going.
It
I don't-
does feel that way.
They're gonna
Like,
try
they're
mid
right-
onto Moon, but no.
They just can't. Like, they're waiting for Dreamocell to farm up in that PA. You look at that net worth bar graph. He's just so far behind. It's not fun. You know, they're just really far behind them. Boom, it feels like what they did in game 1, Fnatic is doing to them in game 2. And there's just no response. Boom has just kind of has to take it, lose their entire map. They lost their tier 2 up top. They're losing control in that jungle. And Fnatic is just doing all of this while Savage is farming up. So he's going to have an SNY relatively quickly. Going to work straight into that MKB to deal with PA. They are scanned out in the Roche. So Boom knows it's happening.
What are they gonna do
They
about it?
could
though?
contest. I mean, they have the Supernova. They could try, but that's not going to be a very slow Roche. It's going to be a very fast one.
Well, they're gonna hurry. They've got Rolling Thunder, Supernova. They've got to get in there now. Roshan, 1/3 of HP left. They jump in. They have found the Oracle. If they can burst him down, it'd be great, but they can't. Fate's Edict will save for now as the Rolling Thunder is bouncing with FBZ. They do finally kill the Oracle, so maybe now you could take this team fight, but FBZ dies on the Pangolier. Still, they do jump forward with the Void Spirit. Makoto, he does die. Supernova did nothing.
Dreamocell?
And,
Oh!
Alright, Dreamocell apparently got the troll. I imagine that was a dagger crit coming out. And with that, boom, you'd call that a successful team fight. If we get another disruption off onto Ice, Hyde, probably going to go down. Ice, he's not done yet. He wants more. Although he has run out of mana. He may have overextended the Sun Ray. Going to start burning him down, but it actually does 0 damage. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, they do stop the Roche. They did find 2 targets there from Boom. They did have to trade a couple of heroes. You did get a kill in Dreamocell, so it does help your PA. That's the biggest target you really have to kind of put on life support now. Really try to pump up. And as soon as Dreamocell finishes up that Desolator, at the very least, you can really start to go for these kills. You're at the point where the right clicks from the Troll are going to be a bit inconsistent, although it's only a level 1 blur on Dreamocell. So there are still vulnerabilities there.
Moon, he fell low, but the Fate's Edict coming out from jabs will block out a lot of the magic damage that was coming. Still Boom, showing signs of life. They've almost got the Desolator up on Dreamocell. So there's that, but he's definitely going to need something like a BKB straight after. You look at DJ on the Tiny John, he's got a Blink Dagger coming out on the Courier, and that becomes a very problematic situation for Boom, as now you have so many ways of initiating the side of Fnatic. And they may go back into the Roshan pit soon.
At the very least, Boom does have the Supernova ready in case that fight does break out. They've got a ward watching that end. So they're much more aware.
Still very, very confident with Ice's movement, but they just can't deal any damage to the guy. They will go for the Roshan again. It's a
Spot that movement out.
Well, they know, but it's a matter of can they do that team fight again. Ice, he's on the cliff waiting. They know they're coming. He's scouting out for the team and a nice chakram at the staircase. The Roshan is super low. They have vision of the HP, but how do you break that gap? You do not. It goes down to Savage, and now Avalanche setup from DJ. Hyde is falling very, very low on that Shadow Demon and should drop as Ice. In fact, it will be Moon who picks it up. They do commit the Supernova, and now that with the Rolling Thunder, they could hold them down, but it looks like it will do nothing anyway. Like, a Supernova stun is great, but if you don't have the follow-up damage, it doesn't mean anything.
No, it definitely doesn't. And Fnatic does finally take that Roche. They do get the Aegis. They're still not quite done. Boom is still trying to posture around, but it's just lag. Right? They found us 2 kills earlier on. This time around, Ice broke the smoke way too early, couldn't reach into the pit, and that's where their kit really shines. That's where the Supernova really does its work. And outside of that area, they just can't. So they gave up the egg. You're going to have to give up this objective as well.
Now Savage gonna clean up that mid lane and hide. Sticking around way too long. Fnatic just clean him up. I wouldn't even blame them for trying to go high ground now. Like, they've got the Aegis, they're just so much stronger. With an 8k net worth advantage, they go down bot instead, where they're going to chase after the Void Spirit and Makoto. He will Astral Step away. He'll be fine. Just trying to find any kind of trade for themselves. But there's just nothing.
And they're just trying to spread themselves across a map where they have no control. Fnatic can just clump up and kind of punish. They've got Kezki to help Makoto.
And Makoto going to get chased down now. Savage, can you get a snare off? Not quite, but he is going to continue the chase as now Aether Remnant will connect Makoto. Astral steps to the right into the trees, and Kezki will immediately TP away on the Phoenix. They are buying time for their PA. That's the one positive here. Dreamer's Soul does now have the Desolator up. And I think once you do have the BKB up on the PA, that's when you kind of have some sort of potential to take a fight.
Definitely. It's what Boom is waiting out for. They still have a lot more to buy. Like, they're going to have to buy a lot more time out for Dreamer's Soul. But he can at least burst the backline, or at least the Oracle much faster. Jab is going to be much less of a troublesome target to deal with your PA at this point. Of course, the disarm is still a constant threat. As long as someone else takes it first, you're going to be fine. So they have a way of taking away that durability that Fnatic has. That's not going to stop Fnatic from the pushes right now, though.
No, definitely not. They'll get a tier 2 bot tower. Do you feel like going high ground, Fnatic? It looks like the answer is yes. They have Exorcism, they have an Aegis. Savage says, let's go. Boom are in for a very, very difficult defense, but if they manage to be amazing as FBZ getting jumped, he'll be fine. Savage, half HP down. Still safe with that Aegis of the Immortal. BZ misses the swashbuckle. Rolling Thunder will be committed. He's going to go for a chase here onto Savage. And you still have the Aegis, so this is a dangerous team fight, but they do actually end up getting it. Now the Phoenix has dived way too far, however. Kezki needs to commit the egg, but he is surrounded. And that swashbuckle just was not there in time. And FBZ now still being chased as DJ will have an avalanche very soon. Oh, he shouldn't have jumped off the cliff. He gets thrown back the other way. I guess there was no way out anyway. And now Fnatic, a 5v3 situation. We'll go after that bottom racks once again.
Gonna be a really easy push, even with the respawn from our Phoenix. They don't have the egg. That's the only tool Boom has in a big team fight, the egg and the Rolling Thunder. And this is just gonna be a free set of racks.
It certainly will be. First racks of the game going down. 11k net worth lead now for Fnatic, and it's just growing at a very steady rate. Make matters worse for Boom. There's a double damage that gets scouted out now, so Savage will have himself a very nice DD. Won't be able to use it in a fight anyway, but it's always nice when the luck's on your side.
Oh yeah. Just so much more going the way of Fnatic right now. All the things lining up, really. And
smoke up.
You...
Boom. They seem to maybe believe they could find an opening. You are now fighting into the BKB of 23 Savage. And he still has that DD active for another 15 seconds, so that could be a very dangerous premise. Ice definitely not the target they want. That's the worst one they could possibly go for. BZ jumps in, misses the swashbuckle, needs the Rolling Thunder away. No, instead, they're going to go into jabs, but he got the false promise off in time, and now the team fight starts. FBZ trying to control up the Troll and DJ on the Tiny. Looks like jabs does eventually die to Dreamer Cell, but now Savage, he'll go after Hyde on that Shadow Demon. Meanwhile, the PA, who are we jumping on? They do find DJ on the Tiny, but Moon trying to fight back against Dreamer Cell. Dreamer Cell trying to man fight, but he has no HB left, and he does end up dying. And Fnatic now may feel confident enough to just move high ground again.
Yeah, they've got the Exorcism off. This should really help them out with the tower push. They catch Mikado out as well.
Yeah, this is really bad. No buybacks available on Makoto. Savage gonna go after Hyde. I believe Hyde just brought back on the Shadow Demon, and he's gonna die again, and indeed it was a dieback. 24 minutes in. We might see GG call, honestly. Like, I don't think there's much of a chance left for Boom here. You kind of surprising they went for that smoke attempt, considering you still didn't have the BKB on the PA. Just felt like they were a little bit desperate.
Yeah, they've got no way to really farm up. They don't have space in the map anymore. They were pretty much throwing out a Hail Mary there. It doesn't work out.
They try again, FBZ moving forward. Toss is going to be there from DJ. He needs to throw the Rolling Thunder out. There's going to be a Supernova, but they're already basically megged. It's just one range creep away. They're going to try and fight anyway, though. Ice, he's pretty low, and maybe with the Sunray they can burst him down, though. No, they definitely can't. Boom will keep moving forward regardless. It's Ice again that's the target, but he just turns, and Keskute is almost dead. In fact, Crib Swarm won't be enough, but they do get it with the right click from Moon. And FBZ forced to back. There is still a range barracks, but Fnatic look like they're not going to back off until that is gone, and I cannot blame them. Disarm from FBZ. Makoto gets used up. And that'll be the mega creeps now. They'll still try and go for this team fight. Savage pops the BKB and Battle Trance. He wants to try and find somebody out of this, and it looks like FBZ will happily get caught on the Pangolier. And there's the GG call coming out.
Yeah, fast game this time around from Fnatic. They fix up the issues they had with their Game 1 draft. Boom does go a bit too slow with the way they drafted this one. The PA pick really doesn't work out for them here, unfortunately. And Fnatic, what Boom did to Fnatic in Game 1, Fnatic does this time around, bringing us to a 1-1, which does mean we will see a Game 3 here.
I love me a Game 3, John, and you know, Game 1 and 2 were both kind of dominant victories by either team. Let's hope Game 3 is a much closer game between these two. Should be, as you can really tell, both teams really do not want to give up this series and get knocked to the lower bracket. We will find out how Game 3 does go, as it'll be about 10 minutes before the next draft is up. It's MLP Dota and Jonix Fire. We'll be back very, very soon for that third game.
Bet. Made for live betting.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the third game of the series, Fnatic versus Boom Esports. It is MLP Dota, and of course, John X Fire. John, game number 1, dominant victory for Boom. Game number 2, dominant victory for Fnatic. Where do you think Boom went wrong in that second game? Because they looked so dominant in game 1, but game 2, it's like they just flicked the light switch and Fnatic were back at it.
Turn to ban.
I think it's down to how Boom drafted for game number 2. They went with a core PA, which for the most part really hasn't paid off. I think you only expect that to work in very specific situations. They didn't manage to give Dreamo Cell the lane he needed, the early farm they needed to invest in that hero to have it really work out. Fnatic just found everything they needed. They had 23 Savage hit really good timings on his troll. You had Ice on one of his comfort heroes, one of his signature heroes on that Timbersaw. And it just did so much work in that off lane, just buying so much time for Fnatic that they just had free reign over the map from a very early point. I think Boom Esports cannot allow Fnatic to dictate the pace of the game there. In that sense, they have to play a fast game. They slowed it down way too much there. They gave out a lot to Fnatic this time around. Hopefully they go back to that kind of draft where they're going to be aggressive from the get-go. They don't need to wait for any big item pickups from their cores, and they can start to dominate lanes from the laning phase itself.
Right. That's a fair call. I mean, you chose the PA. Ice got his Timber. That was a bit disastrous. Ice was probably the main man of that game too. Like, he was just unstoppable, right? Like, you couldn't... They tried to deal with him. They just couldn't. He was too far ahead. They couldn't do any damage to the man. The mid matchup, the Void Spirit DP, that obviously was not going to favor Makoto. Moon took full advantage and won the lane outright. No problems there. And then just the strange rotations we saw from Dreamer Cell, like coming in mid. They're not able to find the gank on Moon. They come in again. They still can't kill Moon. They rotate bot. They don't get anything out of that. It was just a complete mess. And while that was happening, Savage was just freely farming on the troll. Yeah. Just having a great old time. Still, the draft has started, John. Boom Esports, they go back into the Shadow Demon. If I may...
5 seconds remaining.
Question for you, sir. That last game, we saw a position 4 Shadow Demon. I personally feel like the POS 4 Demon is a little weak. I don't think... It's not necessary, right? You could still run it as the position 5 and it would do the exact same thing. Like, wouldn't it have been better to maybe get something a little tankier, a little more frontliney than a Shadow Demon in that instance?
For sure. Something that allows you to be active very early on would have been much more beneficial. Like, we have seen games where the Shadow Demon just completely shuts down the lane. That didn't happen in game 1. In fact, it's going to be very hard for it to happen in this game as well. The Oracle comes out, the Troll comes out once more for Fnatic. So they've got that solid combination on hand. They've got comfort picks for Savage and Jabs. You saw them really just have no issues in lane. The Oracle can just kind of purge off everything the Shadow Demon brings in that laning phase. So Boom, with their opener already bringing a lot of doubt in this draft. I want to see something a bit more active. I want to see something that can completely dominate that lane. I would like to see a combination with a Shadow Demon that's much more potent. Perhaps going with something like the Centaur would be good. That hasn't been banned out. That's a combination they could go for. If they want to do the Slardar, kind of does the same thing as well. So those are some options for Boom to really start to run down that lane, not give Savage too much space to farm up.
I agree. I definitely agree on that sentiment, John. They really do have to focus on ensuring Savage does not have a good game. This time they do go into a Mars pick. So having that Mars up against the Troll Warlord in lane, it's not like you're necessarily going to be able to shut the Troll Warlord down, but you shouldn't have as rough of a time as FBZ did have on the Pangolier, who's just basically a sitting duck to those range axes that the Troll can just throw out. And I suppose if you did want to run the Shadow Demon as a POS 4, you do have a nice spear setup now, right? Disruption to spear, easy setup.
Yeah, you've got that combination coming out with the Mars. It's not as straightforward as a Centaur or a Slardar would be with air stuns, but it's still something you can kind of make work in this lane. So I like this slight shakeup from Boom. It does give him really solid team fight coming out here. Great control for that. It's a solid frontliner to have as well. You didn't quite have that in game number 2 for Boom. Didn't really see Kezu line fast enough, and the Pangolier was pretty much a non-factor. Well, couldn't get enough. So this Mars should allow them to put that pressure out. I would like to see solid combinations go with that Mars. Perhaps the Snapfire could make an appearance
10
now.
seconds
You'd have the
remaining.
Arena and the Kisses. That's very potent to have. It's just such a
5
solid
seconds
combination we see a lot of teams run to great effect. I think that could give Boom the kind of aggression that they want to pump out.
I can't disagree. Because we do have one more ban before we get to see where these drafts are going. Fnatic, we're waiting on them right now as Boom Esports. They did get rid of the Batrider on their side of things. Fnatic,
Fnatic's turn.
get rid of the TA. So they're really just focusing on Makoto, right? We saw the Ember ban, we saw the TA ban. Now they just don't want to have to play against these signature picks that Makoto does thrive off. With his third pick, back to the Tiny. I mean, it's...
I don't blame Fnatic. It's solid, right? Like we saw great performance from DJ. He had all the control, so why not dip back into it?
It's literally the exact same draft for Fnatic right now. And boom, go back to the Phoenix. Okay, so same support lineup. I can't say I like this. This does not look good.
It has a lot of weaknesses. I think the setup for the Phoenix and the Mars is much better. So the combination coming out from these two heroes are stronger overall. But you are still seeing that same weakness with the
10
support,
seconds
right?
remaining.
Like you're still going to be facing off against the Oracle Troll.
5
You are
seconds
depending on the
remaining.
Mars to really kick it into gear in that off lane in this case. I would still like to see the Mars Shadow Demon come out instead of the Mars Phoenix. So
Right.
they should have that Shadow Demon go to the bot lane there, help FBZ out. And they really need to keep a lid on Savage. If he gets a free lane, you are asking for trouble. You know, you should know how Savage performs under ideal conditions.
The funniest part was about that, John. I didn't even see what Savage was doing last game. Like, he was farming the whole time, got an Aegis, push high ground. I don't think he even fought. He just hit towers. Like, he didn't even get to that point where he had to fight anybody. I think I saw him pop Battle Trance once, and even then it didn't feel necessary. I don't know, Boom must have some kind of game plan. They're literally going up against the exact same draft that, so far anyway, that Fnatic performed with last game. Let's see, the DP not available this time, so Fnatic will have to switch it, but they go into the Ice Timber. I don't know. I don't know. How do you let this happen?
It was right there in the draft. You know, they saw it happening. Fnatic goes for the exact same thing. Phoenix Shadow Demon still doesn't do anything to this combination, even with the Mars. You do have a way of stopping him from zipping.
10
You had that
seconds remaining.
anyway. I think Ice is going to be very happy here. Gonna
5
still have the
seconds
ability to go
remaining.
in and out quite fine. Boom has to shake up their last few picks. If they actually go back to PEA, then I think they should just call it for minute 0. If they go back into the same draft as well, it was mostly down to draft. Like game 2 was also down. I mean, Fnatic played excellently, but
Right.
the draft of Boom made it much easier for them to find stuff to exploit. And Mars is not fixing any of those holds yet. So they have to bring better stuff out here, much stronger heroes. You know, something to consider as well for a pickup for Boom would maybe be the Puck in conjunction with the Mars Phoenix. I think that gives you pretty good team fight. It gives you some way of keeping that Timber Saw in place. At the very least, you're going to have a solid silence to rely on.
Fnatic's
So you have control
turn
for
to
Ice
bat.
as well.
Okay. This seems better, right? Like, you've got this crazy magic burst. The OD's been in a rather weak position in this meta right now. Like, we haven't seen it coming out at all. But against the Troll, against the Timber, you know, you Astral the Troll through Battle Trance. The Timber hates going up against the OD. The Arcane Orbs and the Sanity's Eclipse does not feel nice for the Timbersaw.
5 seconds.
And of course, the
remaining.
Astral is also very, very annoying for Timber. Mid-chain, you just stop him from chaining away. I like it a bit better, but it is out of meta for a reason, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's not a very strong hero right now. Received a slight buff in 7.26a. And when I say slight, I mean slight. It was like a 1% increase on Arcane Orb damage, if I remember correctly. So,
Team
do you think that's enough? Like, is that the pick?
It's a better pick than they had last time. I think the holes and the issues with the OD are still going to make it a tough game for Boom. They're really having to play around their teamfight potential here with the Arena, with the Egg, with the Santis Eclipse. I think that's going to be the key timings for Boom. Just start running at people once you hit 6. You have to give Kezcute an opportunity to hit level 6 at an early time as well. It took him so long to get the first egg out. You want that up earlier. You want that up and running as fast as possible to take these fights for Boom. Otherwise, there is value in the OD in this pick. You do tend to see it against Troll, against Timber. It's just, it's out of meta, as you mentioned. It's out of meta for a reason. I would have still personally preferred a Puck pickup in comparison to this. Just get a lot of value here because there's really not the best stuns from Fnatic can abuse as a Puck. But the OD is theoretically going to pump up the damage. It can be a bit of a slow starter. So Boom still has to pick up their pace. They go with a Monkey King instead for their last pick. So you have all the synergy in teamfight. So it does kind of shape up in the end, right? You've got the Wukong's command, the Arena coming out, the Egg. This is fairly solid teamfight for Boom.
I like this a lot better. Once I saw the Monkey King come out, it all makes sense now. It looks much, much more effective. I want to say effective. I don't know if it is going to be effective up against a team like Fnatic. I'm sure they know very well how to play up against these kind of lineups, but it does look better. Definitely a lot more synergy. Timber does not enjoy going into the Monkey King. It is not a nice matchup. You got the OD to deal with Ice Ice's Timber. There's a Storm Spirit, however, and there is zero control for that Storm. Like, Moon should have an absolutely free game.
Definitely. There's just no lockdown here. Like, I guess you have the Astral Imprisonment into Spear or Disruption into Spear. That's really it. And that's going to be a massive issue for Boom. We've seen what happens when Storm, the Ember, the Void Spirit have these kinds of matchups with no control. They have free reign. So Moon is going to have a good time. The laning phase is where he's going to have to maybe be a bit cautious. I don't think it's going to be a massive issue for him. It does look like he'll be laning against the Monkey King in this case. I still don't think that's... no, he's going to be laning against the OD. That should be fine for a Storm. No, not a massive worry. It's really down to Boom to bring the aggression, to get their level 6 fast, and shut down the map. Fnatic's not going to make that easy. This draft, it is looking pretty darn good for you.
Really is. Of course, Boom Esports did see this draft, basically the same draft. The only difference is the Storm in the last game. So they should understand what's coming. I think they've already kind of figured out that the main person they need to deal with is Ice on this Timbersaw. That was the big problem last game. You still didn't see much from Savage, but that's because he was just farming, because he's a position 1 player. That's what he does. He farms. So they're going to deal with Ice. You've got problems there with Moon, of course. He does have the Storm Spirit. It's a free Storm game as far as storms go. So it's not like you've won this game just based on the slight differences you've made from Boom. But I think we could all agree they have maybe a bit more of a better chance. But I must argue, John, like in terms of this draft, it's more reactive in my opinion than proactive. Like maybe with the Monkey King, you could argue they do get a bit more aggressive. But it does seem like Boom Esports intends to react to what Fnatic throws at them.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think even by how they drafted this, it's all still targeting what Fnatic has, so it's not quite Boom playing into their own game. We always talk about it, right? When you're facing a team like Fnatic, a team on this tier, you want to play your own game. You don't play into their hands. You don't want to play into what they expect. And this is definitely something that Fnatic... These kinds of counter picks coming out from Boom, they've really got to find a way to pump that aggression out. It looks scarily like a repeat of Game 2 if they lose ground immediately. Like, say Ice gets the same kind of start he does in his lane, I don't think anything's going to change from Game 2. So, Boom should be bringing it to Fnatic a lot better, but I mean, it's a better draft than Game 2. Both of us agree on that for Boom, but it still doesn't quite bring, the fullest sense of confidence in what Boom had.
That it does not, sir. That it does not. But only time will tell. We can't doubt them too much.
To battle.
Fnatic definitely aren't doing that in their third game. No doubting here. All attention is Savage. May get spotted, but no, hide. We'll take a tier 1 tower hit. And Kescute looks like he, or in fact it's FBZ that needs a reconnection. Of course, Savage is going to be well aware that there are multiple heroes down at this bot lane, and he won't bother trying to go after that bounty rune. And by the way, Boom have placed some very deep wards already. You've got one on the left side of the Radiant jungle, and you've got one which is a bit more standard on the right side. But that really deep ward on the left, just before the game even starts, that's a new one. Like, you don't usually see it this early on.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one. I think the moments you do see that is to allow yourself to get a lot more of a successful pull if you're going to be stacking that wave, or if you want to go for sniping the couriers. You can see them walking down that bot lane during daytime, so that's something that Boom could be looking for. Just, again, a bit more of a active game for them, trying to shut down these resources off the map. For Fnatic, certainly, I mean, that vision will certainly help if that is their game plan.
Crazy!
That it will.
Try not to feed.
DJ on the Tiny, just going brown boots to clarities. That's a new one as well. You don't generally you have a set of tangos, but DJ breaking the mold a little bit. Savage writing out LOL on the map. Thank you for that, Savage. I imagine that's what he was doing in game number 2, just laughing quite a lot. He really didn't need to do anything in that game.
Yeah. Just free farm. Free farm,
Ooh.
push a tower. Farm again. No. No.
That's enough, Savage. No more. They really didn't give much region over to FBZ. He actually opted to have 2 shared tangos on the Mars as well, so going for that Buckler Quelling Blade, which I suppose is somewhat standard. You can always bring a set of tangos out straight after the bounties.
Yeah. This should give him a little bit more presence in trading early on. Should allow him to secure a couple of last hits as well. I don't blame him for this. It is that's pretty well drawn out.
Yeah. DJ drawing what is that, like a chicken or something?
Yeah. Like a chicken or a bird.
M-God. I'm guessing they're talking about Moon, but could be Makoto, you never know.
Oh, joint drawing?
Oh, joint. Now this is tough. This is really where the skills come in, and they failed miserably. What is that?
That's the spirit!
Fnatic.
Oh, Savage. That's not how you draw a circle, sir.
That looks like a happy face.
Yeah, but it's a weak circle, John. I'm guessing that's a ghost from Pac-Man or something. Yeah. If you don't finish the drawing in time, it doesn't really count, does it?
No. It has to be while the lines aren't fading. You are seeing a lot more success from DJ. Really getting his lines in order. Dreaming about snow, we don't get that here.
Snowman for DJ. Hey. None of that, Mr. Savage. Aren't you too young to know those words?
Too young.
That's enough. How dare you?
Can't stop the beast.
Hi, Twitch. I believe he was trying to say, hello, DJ. Nice to see you, sir. Apparently Savage didn't learn how to draw triangles in school, John. Mr. Savage needs to get re-educated in his shapes.
Oh, that's a really nice spiral, though.
You see, DJ knows what he's doing. No, Savage, get out of it. Don't ruin the drawing. Oh, now he tries to cover it up by drawing a cheap star.
There you go.
Uh-oh. This one always
Nope.
scares me, John, when they start like that.
It's just a tree. It's just a number tree. DJ just showing us something that Valve can't count up to. And we do go back in.
Thank you for that, John.
The battle begins.
So game will start, 2 bounty runes for each side, so a nice little even start. We are going to have Hyde back on that pulse 4 Shadow Demon. He's going to be there with FBZ, so you do have the disruption into the spear set up if that's what you want to go for in this laning stage. So there's always going to be that threatening presence there for Savage, and he'll have to be a little bit more careful about how far he extends in the lane. And I thought for a second Boom may try to run a tri-lane, but that is not going to be the case. We will see the rotation up from the Phoenix towards that top lane. And for some reason, our Monkey King is still running his way to the wave and actually misses out on one of the creeps. In fact, he is still a courier for some reason.
Very cuddly form. Is missing out on a couple of last hits, as you mentioned, but Michelle should get started fairly soon. Going to be interesting to see this lane unfold. You have Kezcute up here again. You've got Jabs and Ice up here again. The real only change is Dream Assault's hero. Whether or not he can leverage his right clicks onto the Timbersaw early on while he can is going to be the real question here. The moment Ice hits 4, of course this lane just basically becomes really good for the Timbersaw once more. It's not enough damage there to really force him out.
Yeah, you need to capitalize off the Jingu Mastery straight away, but he hasn't skilled up anything. So Dream Assault's just he goes for the Boundless, so he wants to just ensure he secures CS instead. It may defeat the purpose of the Monkey King vs Timber matchup in the first place if you don't have Jingu Mastery, but he can always get a level 2, and now he does have it. But Ice doesn't care. He just runs forward. Dream Assault copying way too much damage. He might go down. Fortune's End to fly out. He does not get the Mischief dodge off. Jabs, though, has gone too far. He wanted to get those Purifying Flames. Still, Fairy Fire is going to be popped, and now the Phoenix Kezcute. He dove, and it does cost him.
That's a nice pickup for Jabs. Kezcute went for a risky play, trying to find that kill. In the end, does get sent home. Those are some pretty long cooldowns on his spells as well. So even if he gets back in his lane, he's not going to have too much presence. He's going to have to sit out and wait for a bit. And Jabs is going to be pretty darn happy with how they've already found that kill.
Yeah, that was the unfortunate part about the Phoenix changes, like the added cooldown to Fire Spirits really doesn't make you feel very good in the laning stage. A bit slower of a process for Kezcute now, and you'll have to try and use them as efficiently as possible. Jabs just doesn't care for Kezcute, just keeps handing it to him. Meanwhile, bot lane, Savage is going to fall very, very low. FBZ, he did have a setup there with the spear, but Savage is going to be fine, and FBZ is starting to fall low. But he will be okay. That's what we kind of talked about. Disruption into spear can be very, very painful for this troll.
Yeah, it's very straightforward combination that can come out. And you already have great presence with the Morris, especially in comparison to the Pangolier last time, just from the sheer durability that FBZ has. Ooh, nice spear onto the tower.
Yeah, but Whirling Axe has come out, and DJ has an Avalanche and Toss. Back into the T1, FBZ should just die though. Nice disruption, Hide. It will not really save him though, surely. It does not. Can't overextend too much.
Yeah, that's a bit of a dive from FBZ. His Shadow Demon was not quite there. He was trying to go for the creeps instead, and that does cost him in the end. Savage living with just a bit of HP. That's gonna be enough. As long as he gets to stay in lane, he's fine. Might be a bit of a precarious situation alone there, but be overall fine. You do have the Mars slowly going back in.
That's the beauty of the range form with the troll. Meanwhile, you look back at top. Ice is just again fearless on this Timbersaw. He just keeps running forward at this Monkey King, and this matchup is not really suiting Dream Assault whatsoever. He is not enjoying this lane. You look at Ice. He's about to hit level 4. Dream Assault has already hit 4, to be fair, But Ice is kind of having a repeat game of number 1, except the opposing POS 1 is getting a bit more farm this time. Never mind that though, Savage is in trouble bot lane. FBZ almost finds the kill, but Savage will survive barely, and now DJ comes in after Hyde with some decent body blocks, but there's going to be no follow-up to it. Still, DJ is running forward after those bounty runes now, but Disruption is going to come out from Hyde, who is spamming Shadow Poisons, and DJ may actually go down if he cops one more. He does, and it will be enough. Hyde does take him out. Savage tries to find the trade, but FBZ will be there to protect.
Yeah, he trades his life away for the bounty rune. I don't think DJ's actually going to be too upset about that. They do get a little bit more gold from him picking up that bounty, so in the end his team does get a nice little injection. You do waste some time from the Shadow Demon, waste some of his mana. Hyde will go back to base to reset. Does have the TP to go back in fully refreshed, but you are giving a lot more time to Savage to just really find some farm. Like, FBZ is big, tanky, and strong. Without the setup from the Shadow Demon, it's not too scary.
Well, you look at Moon on that Storm, John. He's been forced to back off towards his own fountain, which is not the greatest of news for him on the Storm, but in terms of laning stage, he has had a pretty great time. Makoto just managing to now catch up on the OD because there wasn't that Storm there any longer. Though top lane, I can't say the same for Dreamer Cell, who's currently getting dived by Ice. There's no level 6 on the Timber, but he could certainly burst him down with one more Whirling Death. Dreamer Cell still trying to run, and DJ moving forward, but the chains is just perfect from Ice. So bot, Savage getting chased. Fortune's End will purge off all the Shadow Poison stacks, and it will remain a 3-1 Fnatic's way.
Fnatic really starting to push that top lane out to its max potential. Dreamocell is starting to struggle here. The Ice is coming onto his own. He's level 5. You really just can't pressure a Timbersaw at this point. You should try to have Dreamocell go somewhere else. Maybe the jungle. There's just no presence here for the Monkey King any longer. They did not manage to find that early damage onto Ice to force him out. And you're at that point once more in the game. Fnatic 3-1, 1k lead. Ice taking over his lane. Savage not being pressured too hard. Where's the shakeup from Boom?
I don't see it yet. I mean, arguably the game is a little bit closer than it was last time, so there's that. Like, they are still finding more farm than last game, but it doesn't really change the outcome, I don't think. They don't start to escalate a little bit, and Dreamer Cell, he's actually just leaving the lane completely now. Where is he off to?
Middle tower is under attack.
We saw this before, where he kind of rotated around the map and didn't achieve anything, and well, yeah, he kind of walks away for a bit, then comes back.
Just a lot of wasted time. He's not finding last hits. He's not finding creeps to soak off of. Would have been much more efficient for him to just commit to the jungle. Instead, he's just standing around Ice. Ice just cops the tower hits, building up his stacks. Pressures Ketsuke.
Yeah, Kescute's trying to, you know, throw out Fire Spirits and be a bit of a nuisance that way, but Ice, he's just constantly got 18 reactive armor stacks on him. He's just healing through all the damage. And I mean, I don't blame Dreamer Cell for not wanting to lane like this any longer. It looks like they are going to rotate Makoto down, who does have sanities, but you have no way of really stealing in. Well, Astral's going to be there, but what does that do? Ice. He might just fight back. Chakram's there. Now you do have the Jingu Mastery procced on Dreamer Cell and Ice. Just going to go for the TP. Makoto has Astral, but doesn't have Vision.
Middle tower is under attack.
And you don't have a level in Tree Dance or Primal Spring, so you can't get the Vision too easily.
Just a lot of wasted time from Boom. Ice gonna be very happy to force that rotation out. He gets to live. You waste some time from that OD. That does give Moon a lot more space down mid. He does clear out that side camp on the Dire side. So once more, Fnatic just finding everything they want to here so far. Boom. It is a bit of a slower pace. Like, they have slowed Fnatic down compared to game 1, but they're not finding the answers here. They still need Dreamocell to find a lot more farm than he currently has. They still need to get a lot more EXP onto Kescute and Mikoto before anything can happen here, and I don't know if they're going to get enough time, as Ice is really just taking over.
Yep, he certainly is. third in net worth on the Timber at the moment.
Is under attack.
Taking all the creeps away from Boom. They are just not finding anything. In fact, Fnatic's going to run at Boom down at the bot lane, hide. Going to fall low. FBZ will spear him away.
Dire's middle tower.
You do now have the level 7 on Mars. He does have his ultimate up.
Haste!
It seems like Boom may need to make a quick rotation with that arena. But if you do that, you also leave Savage alone to free farm. So it's like you can't win either way.
Tower is under attack.
No. And even then, like, you have the arena up, sure, but you don't have anything else. The egg's not up, you do have the Santis Eclipse with only level 1 Arcane Orb, and, you know, you do have to rely on spamming out the Astrals. It's not the most consistent damage.
The bot lane Savage popped the battle trance but runs into the arena walls, but DJ is going to be there to avalanche, and he actually finds Hyde. They will get the trade, so DJ does die, but they save Savage, and that's all he really wanted in the end anyway.
Just TPs away, starts farming up in a different lane. This should allow Boom to perhaps take the tower. They can get an objective out of this, at the very least. It's not a very fast push, but they miss out on the target they want. They miss out on the target they really need to pressure. Savage is going to be extremely happy with how that ends up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane, they are trying to force a push now. FBZ going to be there to defend, but he doesn't have arena. And that should mean that this defense doesn't happen, but perhaps with just their presence alone. In fact, no, Makoto, he comes in on the OD. That could be enough. Fnatic, they will not test Boom in this mid lane any longer. They'll back off. Back to farming for them.
Yeah, it's really just Fnatic's game to take slow. We saw it last time in game number 2. They just build up in Savage, he'll melt objectives later on. Moon does need a little bit more in the Storm before he comes online.
Is under attack.
And Ice is not leaving that top lane. So they're killing off one lane up top with just one hero. Everyone else is kind of reacting with what Moon's doing. They are saving Savage every time he's jumped, which is enough even if they trade DJ away. And Boom is just forcing these unfavorable situations. They're trying to go onto Ice, but and he's just so tanky.
Yeah, you still don't really have the damage. It seems like you're going to need 5 heroes to even bother trying to take down this Timbersaw, and even then, I can't promise that it would actually work. And looks like this time around, Ice, he's not going to bother going for the Hood of Defiance, but rather he is going to pick up the Yule Scepter. I suppose that is just perfectly fine.
Scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is
Wouldn't
under
mind
attack.
seeing the pipe come out on the Timber this time, though. Like, especially up against the OD. Could be some pretty high value.
It could boost your entire team's durability, but it really doesn't feel like they even rely on it. I
That's
just can't see Boom pumping that damage up. They have Jab.
Kescue getting caught out on the Phoenix with the Vortex, with the damage from DJ. It's more than enough before he could even think about Icarus diving.
Radiant's bottom
Dreamer
tower
Soul is forcing in the bot lane as the Monkey King, but holy, he has 0 farm.
It's not a
didn't
good
realize-
spot. He's at
tower is under attack.
He's at 3.9. Doesn't have any major item, only has power treads. He is way behind compared to, say, Ice or Moon. Even Savage has a slight lead, not too far ahead, but all the other cores on Fnatic are definitely on. It's been a slow start. He had to lane against Ice. He had to walk around a lot. He still needs to play recovery.
This is literally a repeat though, like Ice in the exact same position at really the exact same time as last game. The rest of his team kind of joins him for a bit to see if they can find a pick-off up at the top lane. They can't, but they force Boom to rotate 5 heroes top, waste their time, and then go back to farming themselves.
Yeah. Just Fnatic setting the pace. We talk about this every single time, but Boom Esports is just playing into Fnatic's playstyle. Right? They're trying to respond to Fnatic. They're not setting the pace by themselves here, Boom. It's a very reactive game for them so far, and that just means they're not going to find whatever they want. Fnatic is dictating the terms every single time. They will have to wait out some farm on their cores. At the very least, this time around, you do see Makoto at number 1, right? So he has farm on the OD. He's saving up for the Ags upgrade on that Astral Imprisonment, extra damage, extra charge, and damage areas do stack up, so you can really start pumping it out then and actually playing really forward.
He is level 11. You don't really have lockdown. Like, you've got Astral, but as soon as the Astral ends, he's just out. I just don't see how they even think about taking Moon out unless you have the Monkey King there with Boundless, but even that's quite doubtful. As FBC finds out that it's not fun when Ice 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 is nearby, loses quite a bit of his HP from just one Whirling Death. Well, Ice is going to have that Yule Scepter up completed very, very soon.
That's just going to give him a lot more leeway to zip in and out. And he already does kind of have that. Like, the issues Boom has with control are piling up. And this time does give Boom some period to farm up. You have to question, is that farm trade really worthwhile? Sure, Fnatic doesn't have a major lead. 2K, 15, 16 minutes in, not the biggest deal in the world. Boom does have a lot of leeway to really play catch-up, but they haven't been using their teamfight potential yet.
Bot lane, Hyde, he gets jumped on by Moon. He will die. Fortune's End is mischief dodged, and Dreamissel will actually be okay. They won't chase him down. Instead, Dreamissel commits the Boundless Strike, but after that, there is nothing. The Storm can just zip out for free. And Boom, they had a smoke as 3, but they're going to find absolutely 0 out of it. So instead, they'll go down mid where they may find DJ on the Tiny. But even if they did, I don't think DJ would care.
Definitely not. This is just, again, strange movements from Boom. They're playing reactively. They have all the teamfight ults they could ask for, but they're just not able to set the pace, not able to dictate who they jump. They're going to try on Ice.
They could do it. He doesn't have the hood. So he's not as tanky. Egg dropped immediately with the arena, and yeah, he burns. But when they went for Ice Ice Ice, Dreamissel ended up dying at the bot lane. So it's still a great kill for Boom, but you don't want to lose your Monkey King as a trade for that Timbersaw.
It's still something for Boom, considering how far behind they are. They do manage to snag themselves a very important kill. Dreamocell is going to be lagging behind because he's not around for this. He's just died a bit too much. He's at 4.5k. That is a bigger gap now between him and Savage. They lose their tier 1 down bot. Boom is kind of setting up for something, but the objective is already gone. So there's really not much here to clean up. Mikoto does have the Aghanims now on the OD, so there's additional damage coming out, a lot more control. Perhaps this is really what Boom was waiting for.
What seems like a nice spike. Oh, Ice. That wasn't the chains. That's not how that works. Boom, may go for a smoke attempt. We do see the Phoenix picking one up. I think with the Ags you get a nice spike, right? You can start to make a play now. Still you can't kill Moon, but you can kill other people. In fact, Ice does end up getting Astral. They have the spear set up with FBZ, and he does latch onto a tree quite nicely. And Ice, False Promise will save him as DJ runs in with the Avalanche and toss onto FBZ. Another Astral onto Ice Ice Ice, and he's not dying yet, but Makoto is surrounding. Sanity's being dropped, and it is eventually going to be enough. Now Jabs also dies, and that's the kind of team fight Boom wanted. And they should be able to clean up this tier 1 mid because of it.
Definitely. That's exactly what Boom needs. They don't find the biggest targets. They do at least take Ice 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 out. They should be able to take this mid tier 1. That's the bigger thing. To allow them a bit more control in that Radiant jungle, perhaps to hunt down our Troll. They still need to get the big team fights off. I think you'd want to see them kind of isolate Savage or Moon. This is the priority set of targets. They do have the Egg and Arena up while they have these Santies down, so it is still another window where they can take a fight.
So much pressure on Makoto this game to really pull the team through. It's like, you look at Dreamissel, he still really has got nothing. Sitting very low on the net worth graph as well as KezQ. They do find DJ. So Arena of Blood committed. I'd almost died in the process, but nice little support pickup on the Tiny. That'll make it a 7-6. Speaking of, how's Savage going? We haven't really talked about this troll warlord recently, but he hasn't died this game. He has 2 assists, and so far he's got the Sergeant Yasha up.
Yeah, he's just waiting for his BKB, and then all that control that Boom does have is pretty much negated. Like, they have nothing to pierce through that for the most part. Savage should have a decently good time, maybe except for the Demonic Purge. That's really it. It's the Demonic Purge coming through. Beyond that, you're not seeing any control for that BKB troll. And that's when Savage really starts to kick it into gear.
Well, Fnatic, they're going to start setting up the mid tier 1 tower, and there will be 0 defense from Boom. They already found the opposing tier 1, so it's just fine to take it. Looks like Boom's ready to set up FBZ. He does have the blink, ready to jump in and find a massive arena. You also have the egg available. But you don't have the sanities. You still need another 18 seconds for that. I think once the sanities is up, they go for a smoke and they go for it straight away. Fair enough. It'll be up very, very soon. FBZ, blink, does jump on DJ, will commit the arena. They just want the easy tiny kill and they do grab it. Nothing wrong with that. Even FBZ still chasing jabs. He won't be able to get the Oracle. They take what they can get.
It's not the biggest target to lose for Fnatic, not the biggest target for Boom to take, but this is exactly what they need to keep doing. They need to dictate the pace of game, even if it's just finding these support kills. Once they start to rattle Fnatic a bit, they can start to get a bit more leverage here. Savage is fairly far forward. If they can actually jump him, that could be a pretty darn good kill.
It is very true. He does have battle trance, but when you're alone, that means nothing. Will they predict he's in the tree line? They will not. Savage will be safe.
Radiant are
In
scanning.
fact, Savage actually gets a scan off on FBZ. DJ's there on the Tiny, and they look to set up as Avalanche does connect. Toss is there, and Moon zips in for a nice kill on the Mars. And this is that point where Boom may get their wishes granted and actually have a big team fight occur. But it does feel like you really do need that Mars. Like, you can't just fight without him.
You need the arena up, you have all the other spells up and running, but you definitely need that arena. It's your main area control. It does look like Fnatic is setting up for the Roche. They do walk Savage in. He is scanned out. So Boom is ready, they have their tools, they could actually fight.
They're gonna try and take the Roshan, but yet, Boom. They definitely could take this fight. The question is, will they? Observer Ward goes down. Not as much vision here for Fnatic. Ball lightning straight onto Hyde. They want that Shadow Demon gone, but nice Astral to save from Makoto, and now Dreamer Cell commits the Wukongs again onto DJ. Makoto trying to man fight, but he's been disarmed by that Fate's Edict, and now they do find the arena onto Ice, so they do get the Timber. Egg does also explode. Boom. They should probably keep going here, but it's still very, very dangerous. Jabs will be the target. Makoto does a lot of damage, and he finds himself another kill, but now Savage, he's going after the OD. In fact, no, he gets put on FBZ on the Mars, who just holds his shield up, and with that Astral, it looks like Savage will end up going down. That's a great team fight again for Boom Esports. And Fnatic just not able to control Makoto.
It looked a bit wonky at the start when they were forced to egg at the cliff, not really finding anyone in that AoE, and they missed the arena on Savage. In the end, they still find all the key kills they wanted. They stopped the Roshan from coming out. They save the Santi's Eclipse, so Mikado still has a tool in case something else breaks out in this downtime. And they find some really big kills, so Boom definitely still has the potential to take fights to Fnatic. Definitely keeping it a bit better tied up here in game number 3. 4K advantage is still there for Fnatic. They still are ahead. And Moon is playing with fire.
Yeah, he hasn't got any mana. They do get the vision, but they can't get the disruption off. Oof. Had they gotten that, that would have been huge on the Storm, but not quite.
Dreamo Cell?
Getting ganked up. TPs are coming in, but it's too late. Ice has already found the kill, but Makoto, he does get an Astral off. I don't think it's going to be enough, but FBZ with the spear might be, and he does get speared to a tree, essentially. Ice copying a lot of damage, but another Astral to interrupt those chains. Chains the other way this time. Got to switch it up. More Astrals to come. Ice. Can't get away. Nice spear coming out, and Hyde will be the one to secure the kill on the Shadow Demon.
Again, a pretty decent kill for Boom, but Fnatic is going to be happy with keeping Dreamosol in check. He's still struggling on the Monkey King, by the way. 6.5k net worth, behind even his own Mars at 8k. Your Monkey King is just not ready to stand in these fights. He needs that BKB. I think with the BKB, he's at least ready to let off that Wukong's command in front of bigger targets beyond just DJ, and you're going to need his presence fairly soon. When you take a look at Savage, he's just a recipe away, which is about 100 gold for him, and then he's going to have that BKB on the Troll. That makes it a lot harder to control that hero. Again, you'll be relying on that Demonic Purge to hope that he's just going to be stuck in a very relatively small area compared to where he would be.
And that seems to be the answer Fnatic's waiting for. I mean, you look at Monkey King as the pos one, but I think we all agree Makoto's the real carry right now. We have to keep an eye out on. So I guess Dreamosaur's at that point now where he's just scouting for the team and putting Wukong's down and, you know, just accepting death when it comes to him. Fnatic, they do smoke up. They want to go for a fight with this 10-second BKB charge on Savage. There's never been a better time. They are going to jump into Hyde and miss the avalanche, but it won't matter. It should be a kill, though. No, disruption comes out. Savage, he still wants to fight as Moon now jumps in. There is a silence there on the OD. That'll be due to the Orchid of Moon on that Storm. Arena, FBZ, he starts a team fight. Air going to be dropped immediately, but a nice toss out from DJ. I wasn't aware you could do that.
Yeah, that's, he was outside the pit. He can toss out. I didn't know that goes true.
Well, I guess you are tossing over the wall.
I suppose. That's one way to bypass that, and Fnatic does go back into the pit. That is a lot of big spells blown up by Boom. They are not aware the Roach is being taken. Just gonna go uncontested towards TNC. Towards Fnatic, sorry.
Fnatic, they get what they wanted. They give it to Moon instead of Savage. Moon, obviously well, he's a much more farmed up hero right now on the side of Fnatic, and Aegis is really nice on a Storm Spirit, I gotta tell you, John.
Oh yeah. You just have so much more to give with its second life. You can play a lot riskier in these fights. And Moon hasn't died anywhere, so he is worth considerably good amount of gold. He does fall. Does give extra leeway to Fnatic for them to play around that. Boom now once more, kind of pushed back. They're one of their last two tier 2s being pressured in. Not sure if Fnatic can fully commit for this, as there is still Descent flips on Mikado.
Kono does get the Astral off. Savage does get out of it. And he's not scared. He'll go after that tier 2. Now Moon will jump in on the Phoenix. Get rid of that annoying support, but Kezcute will survive. Do they want to keep fighting? It is dangerous. Boom say yes they do, but Ice will be able to chain away. Makoto now, the Orchid has been committed, so perhaps they could fight this. In fact, Arena is quite nice. Moon, he will zip out. Ice somehow out of there as well. And False Promise will save the day for him for now. But he is going to be completely surrounded. Jabs still moving in as Moon goes after Hyde. Makoto does pick up the Oracle kill, and Ice does die, but Hyde does go with him, and now 23 Savage commits the ulti. Dreamosaur is dead again on the Monkey King. FBZ tanking the rest of the Troll damage, and Savage, he needs to TP with that BKB. He doesn't get it, FBZ. What timing! Sometimes you've got to try. And FBZ, I don't know if that was luck or if that was predicted. But that was very nice.
That just gives a lot more towards Boom. It did look a bit iffy at the start. You know, it didn't look like a very neat engagement coming out. The FBZ's Arena not really snagging anyone at the end. Just a bit of a clip with that spear. But they find a couple of really big kills in exchange for losing their Monkey King. The lead is still towards Fnatic's side. They didn't manage to burn through that Aegis, so Fnatic still has a lot to play with. But Boom is definitely still in the game. You know, they're taking these fights quite nicely. They've got the kill advantage now. They can't quite transition to any big objectives just yet, but they are slowly building up. You know, the damage coming out from this OD, from Mikado, is starting to be considerably big. He's working towards his Hurricane Pike next, just to give himself some added reach and protection. Once that's up, it should be much easier for Mikado to position himself.
Speaking of Makoto, before staffing in, does get the Astral on Ice. Immediately the jump in with the Arena, but Moon, he's there to help out. He zips back out. They could go after jabs on the Oracle, but he'll commit the False Promise immediately. Now, where do we go? It's on to Hyde. Moon really wants to get rid of that support Shadow Demon, but Hyde, well, he should die. Egg has been dropped. Moon, he's falling very, very low, but they just can't quite finish the job. Meanwhile, FBZ in huge trouble. Astral will be there to save. Savage had already committed his own BKB, but DJ comes in. He does clean up the Mars. Now Ice back in with Moon. They're just dancing around the side of Boom. Battle Trance is there. Astral will kind of just waste it as Savage is now having to farm creeps while this is happening, but eventually it does wear off. Wukong's finally comes out of Dreamer Soul, but it's all too late. Makoto goes down, and now Dreamer Soul will also lose his life. And Jabs, rightfully so, gives him the tip. The Wukong's command, it just never came out till the last second. Like, I guess they just never found the right moment because the Arena of Blood was kind of misplayed. But you've got to throw it out if you're going to fight.
Yeah, it's way too much going wrong there for Boom. Fnatic managing to dance around everything they could throw out. We saw a lot of hesitation from Mikado to throw out that Santis Eclipse. Never came out. He held on to it for a very long time, so they don't really manage to burst anyone beyond jabs. And that will mean Fnatic is just going to go into those tier 3s. They still have, well, a lot of charges onto Moon. This should be fairly easy take onto this tier 3. At least when the respawns come out, Santis and Arena is up.
Mid-Rax. Given the way of Fnatic. This Boom side is nothing without Makoto up. They are going to try and chase for the troll, but Savage is perfectly safe. Jabs will ensure that is the case. Well, 14k net worth lead now. It's just going up and up. Of course, Boom are nowhere near out of this by any stretch of the imagination, but it seems as though they really can't have a split fight like that. Like, Makoto needs to be protected. And he needs everyone to kind of be just stuck together.
They need to be able to drop all of their spells at once on a big target. Fnatic has been very good with declumping, though. So, it's been hard for them to find the ideal Arena, the ideal Egg, and the ideal Wukong's command this entire game. Just a lot of discipline from Fnatic to not clump up. So Boom just can't get an opportunity. They're also still waiting for Dreamer Cell to finish a BKB. We're at 32 minutes in, and this Monkey King only has Diffusal and a Mithril Hammer. So that still has to come out from our Monkey.
Yeah, that isn't good. I just don't think you consider the Monkey King a carry. Like, he's a core, but it's all Makoto. Like,
oh yeah, he's the damage. It's definitely not the Monkey. You would need the Wukong's command with the Arena, though. You need a lot more. You need all of those spells to land. And for that to happen, the Monkey needs the BKB. So this needs to come out faster from Dreamo. And they are trying to give him the space. It's just Fnatic has been much better with air farming. Savage, 15k net worth, has a basher up. So that BKB is not going to save you anymore. Not every single time. And that does cause some concern for Boom, right? Like, they've already got a bit of a way to dance around what Boom Esports has. Fnatic does smoke up. They're going to try to find something.
They're going. Top lane. Oh, Dreamer Cell. Gets silenced. Moon found him. I mean, look, they were smoked, to be fair. He had no vision. He's trying to find as much farm as he possibly can on this Monkey King, but when you have a Storm that's had a free game the whole time and is top of the net worth board by this much, it's just so hard on a Monkey King to come back.
Looking for me?
Definitely. It's just he had an okay time in the laning phase. It kind of fell apart afterwards when Ice 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 pushed it out. Didn't have any room to farm in. Boom has got to they've got to get a lot more out of this map. Like, they have Mikado, who's pretty strong. I'd say try to do something with that.
FBZ gets a spear, but the Astral comes out at the same time, and Ice 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 will be unaffected. You also have the Heaven's Halberd up on the timber, which makes life a little bit harder for Makoto. And who are they diving?
Dire's top tower is
They're just
under
securing
attack.
bounties. They're not giving anything away to Boom. Not even a bounty rune. All ours.
Yeah, just completely locking out the map here from Boom. And the opportunities for Boom to get this fight out are shrinking. You have the Ags up on Moon, so he can just basically beat a team fight for the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, Boom have smoked up at the exact time he got the axe to make matters worse as FBZ. He's going to run in. He doesn't have Blink available. It's on cooldown. He'll pop his BKB. He gets the arena, but Savage pops his own BKB, and now Moon comes in with the Vortex. Egg is ticking away, so you need to leave the area. And they will. Moon, I don't think he can fight too much longer as his Bloodstone, well, his mana is very low, but he is actually healing up quite fast. And he has an Arcane Rune active now to make matters worse for Boom. So it looks like they are going to go back in. Zip, Makoto is going to be the target. Spear is going to stop him from a little bit. Moon falling low, but will walk away. Now Dreamer Soul does get the Wukongs out. But they walk out of it. Ice 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 gets Astraled up. Moon again with the Vortex, trying to set up on the main man. They want the OD. That's all they really do want. He does finally pop his BKB charge, and Astral will be there to ensure Savage can't keep up. Just aren't able to find an opening.
Yeah, this Ags is causing so many issues. Moon just zips in, gets the Vortex off, zips out, and you're forced to pop your BKB. Like, Mikado down to 8 seconds on his charge. So you haven't been able to really use that in big team fights you'd want. They haven't been successful in that arena drop. The egg follow-up was nice, but they did just manage to walk out of that area. Fnatic does take this opportunity to reset, go back into the Roche pit, uncontested. Aegis and Cheese going to be going their way. And Boom going to have to play the high ground defense and try to kill 2 heroes twice over.
The thing is, like, if you could stop the storm, like if you had some way to keep the storm down throughout the team fight, it feels like Boom would have everything they could ask for. Like everybody else they can kind of deal with. But when this storm's zipping constantly across the fight, taking out your supports, vortexing everybody, forcing BKBs, there's just no way to take the fight for Boom. Like, it just feels impossible. And now, to make matters worse, Savage has the full Abyssal Blade.
You can just focus any single hero down, just walk up to them, and just keep them in their place, burst them down. So Boom has to get their initiation perfect. And that's such a tall. Like, this team fight has a lot of potential, but Fnatic has been so disciplined to be really split up, to not give that opportunity away, and just slowly but surely whittling this map away. Like, there's one tier 2 left for Boom. It doesn't matter. They can't dip out to that bot jungle. They've got wards there, but they still can't take control on their own side of the map. They're having to play catch-up farm this way. Now, they do have the BKB and Dreamo Cell. This should allow him to have a little bit more points.
Makoto, Astral. Savage, unaffected. And now Moon zips in once again with the Vortex straight on the OD, and the Abyssal comes out. They can't take him out as he does get Glimmer Caped. Meanwhile, in the back, there was an arena on DJ, but no follow-up to it. Dreamersaur trying to man-fight up against Moon, but he just ball lightnings away once again. Now zips back in. Dreamersaur, he's falling very, very low. Moon wants to take him out. They do disrupt him up, but now Makoto's in trouble. The OD committing all his Astrals as Moon, controlling the rest of the side of Boom. They force a buyback from the Phoenix, and that'll be enough. They go back for that tier 2 bot tower.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Immediate smoke. They're not backing off yet. They've still got time on the Aegis. Ice 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 going straight forward. Spear. That Astral at the same time again. It's not what you want.
Dire's structures are
Savage gonna force the fortify. FBZ, all he can do is spearing back. Ice now feeling confident to jump in, and DJ misses the toss on the Mars. They will Astral anyway. Meanwhile, Moon again on the Phoenix. FBZ forced to BKB up just in case. Savage trapped up a little bit. Abyssal Blades up. He doesn't have trance yet. It's in 10 seconds. He'll just BKB and walk out of there. He has Aegis anyway. In fact, they're going to jump back in now. They get a toss onto FBZ, and that's the Mars dead. No buyback available on that Mars, and Moon again jumping in onto the Phoenix. They will Astral up Moon, but it means nothing. The Rax is going down regardless. Back DJ, Avalanche toss. The Phoenix falls very, very low. He will survive for now. DJ falling low, but False Promise will save him from jabs. He'll be fine.
Fnatic, again, just managing to find objectives, force the buybacks. They don't even expend any of their tools from the Roshan. But they still have that Aegis up and running. I think they did eat the cheese, but it doesn't really matter, right? You've still got the Aegis on Savage. That will allow him to play much more aggressively. And Boom just does not have the answer. This is the high ground defense. This is where all their spells shine in the tight area. It's not doing it.
That is a long timber range from Ice. And they have got Kescute. That's a dieback. Hyde also going down. He buys back immediately. DJ falling low. He does go down to Makoto, but now Savage is on top of him. Not really getting lucky with bashes, but he pops his Battle Trance and Dream Missile. He's a much easier kill right now on that Monkey King, and he does get bashed. He has buyback available and does commit it, and now the arena comes out. They may at least find one, and they do take out the Storm. They finally get it, and now Savage, he'll lose the Aegis, but Moon has brought back and is TPing to the outpost in the dire jungle. Savage, he needs help. He doesn't have the trance. They do find the kill. Moon, the buyback was wasted essentially unless he jumps back in. He may need to as Jabs is going to start falling low, but Ice at least gets out of there, and it looks like Jabs will also do the same. And so Boom do hold. They do get the buyback off the Storm. That was, I believe, the first death of Moon, and yeah, it was. He was 11-0 before that death happens. Thank you for the other casters for pointing out. 59 stolen in right now on Makoto.
Yeah, 59 buffs on Makoto, and he
59
doesn't drop
buffs,
the
right.
Sandheat. Doesn't drop the Sandheat. He could have found 2 kills there on Ice and the Oracle, and he doesn't. Like, that would have been enough. That's a lot of damage that he could pump out. So he's been holding on to that Sandheat for a very long time. Now, on the upside, that means it'll be available in the next fight. I don't know how soon Boom wants to take that next fight, though. That is a bit of a tall order. I think, you know, they found the kills they wanted. They are staying in this game. They are pretty much basically 2 racks behind. 20k net worth behind as well. They've got to play the next few fights perfectly. They've got to get the targets they want. And Fnatic are still in a great spot. Even if they drop those heroes, even if they had to buy back, they still have a 28k advantage. They still have a heck of a lot of Bloodstone charges onto Moon. It's still a big issue.
Mid lane, FBZ will be okay. You do get the Timeless Relic out now on Makoto on the OD, so he does have some very nice spell amp. Plus 15%, but like you said, he kind of needs to drop the sanities for that to matter, but that's a big item. Prince's Knife was found by Kescute. Instant Hex on the Storm, that could be exactly what they're looking for.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, they just need to get the right jump in. They need to be the ones to take the fight to Fnatic. Don't get caught up. The moment they do, they're on the back foot. They're just 1 racks away from mega creeps, basically. There's still range racks spot. That should be very easy to clean up after everything's said and done. Fnatic still have control on the map. They're the ones going around just fine. They're the ones clearing out the waves, clearing out the camps, building up slowly but surely still. So, Boom have got to still be cautious, but they have managed to buy themselves some time. And Mikado is a very big hero. Like, you know, that the items he does have is pretty darn nice.
Oh, top lane. Can't execute. You can't afford to die like that. Not right now, you can't. Still has about 2 minutes 20 seconds on the buyback cooldown. But it seems as though Fnatic aren't really willing to push yet, so it's not going to matter. Who's holding the Prince's knife?
It's on Mikado. Well, no, at Wildwood.
Oh, it's on FBZ
Yeah.
now. Okay. And that makes enough sense. It allows them to set up with the spear a lot easier. Still, it feels like it's going to be a little bit hard for him to connect with the Storm.
It's not an easy thing. I mean, he is a melee hero, so it is a bit of a capture, right? Like, if you can hit the Storm that fast, you probably could land your spear in the arena as well. That's definitely a possibility. But Fnatic, with the control they have, dip into the Roche once more. That is the refresh shard on him as well. You do have a lot of options for who to get that. I'm not sure who they'd want it on. Maybe Savage for two uses of Battle Trance, but I think Oracle would be much better off. Jabs with 2 False Promises sounds pretty potent.
Well, for now, Savage
They
will
did
take
want
it.
to go that route.
I love the itemization here from Makoto. Looks like he's gone for a Scythe device, and I think he's got the full item. He does. That's a game changer. Nobody in the map right now has buyback gold either. Fnatic won't go for the fight anyway, but if they wanted to make some kind of smoke rotation and surprise reveal that Scythe, it would change the whole way this game is going. DJ, meanwhile, has an Ethereal Blader. Don't know where the hell
And
they
a
found that
BKB.
gold. And a BKB, yeah.
Got fresh BKB as well. You have a Satanic and Savage, so he
they're
can
going
get a
in
lot more in these
NPC.
fights.
Missed the spear. Prince's knife already used up. Moon jumps inside. The device is going to be there. Makoto, he goes for the Astral first. Gets the side device with the Boundless. Moon about to die, but False Promise will be there, and Savage jumps in. They got the arena on the Storm, though. This may be enough to actually burst him down through that False Promise. He zips away. He zips back in, but it looks like his Aegis is going to expire. Nevertheless, he has a secondary life. He can go again. They don't have hide on the Shadow Demon. He did die. Now FBZ. A nice spear onto Savage. Where's the damage, however? They've Ethereal Bladed up this OD, and now they get hexed. The OD goes down. Makoto, he didn't have buyback. This could be the end of the game as Dream Missile also goes down, and the GG has been called. And Fnatic, they just play this series way too well, and they do manage to pick it up 2-1.
Yeah, just really well played from Fnatic, turning it around in Game 2 and in the third game as well, just dominating from Game 2. Game 3, a bit more even from Boom. There were moments where they looked pretty darn good, just didn't get enough. They were still bleeding out too much in that early game, and Fnatic did just set the pace. Savage on his Troll just getting a lot of free space. Moon on the Storm being very, very zippy and very much a big nuisance, along with Ice Ice. Like, from that laning phase, the Monkey Dream Cell just couldn't get enough, and it just kind of bled away from there.
It was a fun day, John. Of course, congratulations to Fnatic and TNC, both of which have made it through to the next round of the... well, in fact, they're in the upper bracket finals now. So they will be facing up against each other, not tomorrow, but the day after. So tomorrow we're going to have the lower bracket round of 1. We do already have a matchup between Adroit and GeekFam, and now we also know that Boom Esports will be versing Reality Rift in the other matchup in that lower bracket. And, well, after tomorrow, we are going to see Fnatic versing TNC in the upper bracket finals. And, John, we'll be back tomorrow. Any final words before we back up? We head out?
Yeah, hopefully everyone did have fun. There were some pretty spectacular games, as you would expect from Southeast Asia. If you did like the cast, if you do have some feedback, me and Mike are on Twitter. It's at MLPDota and at JohnXFire. I'm on Facebook as well, johnxfire.gaming. Do give us a follow if you did like it, and we will catch you tomorrow.
Thank you very much for that, John. Thank you for everyone watching, and yeah, we'll catch you tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in.
for live betting.